don't even know.
Chiquita banana, Oshkosh bagosh.
Chiquita banana, Chiquita banana, Obama.
Chiquita banana, Obama.
Chiquita banana, Obama.
Simple supper time, about a dime of love. Of love. Are we live yet?
Love.
I think we're live
Are
now.
we just sick? What's up, everybody?
What's up? Welcome back to
we're totally
MCM Prime versus CMC Prime. This is the podcast that was formerly called Capital Mondays, but guess what, bitch? It's still Capital Mondays because we can call it all of the things that we want. We got Rudy in the chat. We got Ian in the chat. Rudy just left the chat. Bye, Rudy. If you are watching
Rudy
this,
away, dude.
No, we didn't. He said pew 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 and commodity in all caps. So I think he's on the level. He also said Obama, and I don't know that he sang it that way, but he must have.
He said, "I'll go to the YouTube." You can do both.
Do both,
dude. Your computer probably won't let you.
No, listen. No, bullshit. Rudy, we want you on this side. We want the. But here's the thing. You can do this amazing thing called on the live stream of this video. And I know I'm sorry for the people who are watching this in the future who don't even care. But for your information, you can go to the little three dots at the top right of a live stream and you can pop out the live chat so that you have the YouTube live chat. And then you close out of the video, but you can also play it and just push mute. So, welcome everybody.
Push mute.
What's up, everybody? How y'all
all day,
doing?
every day.
We're about to read Kapital Volume 1, Chapter 1 again because we have new eyes.
Again, you say?
Yeah.
Why, Dave? Why ever would you do such a silly thing?
To prove a point.
That's right, guys. That's right. We are going back to chapter 1, the long-awaited return to Marx. But that was the point. I mean, from the very beginning, we planned on reading and rereading and rereading again, because that's how you're supposed to read. Now, people, we're all 21st century digital boys and girls and non-specifics, and we've forgotten what it means to read and truly engage with texts. And we think if we skim through a book, we've read it. Or even if we manage to read through it from front to back once, we've read it. When in reality, books were never meant to be read that way. Books are objects that you keep with you, that you return to. You can read them linearly. You can also skip around and get a little stochastic with it. But you really need to just get in there and get covered in the words and hopefully saturate your brain to the point where you can remember these things, because that's the point, right? We're trying to learn. We're not trying to just add it to the achievements list and get the little 25 Xbox points. I completed this achievement. Like, we're trying to learn.
Yeah, the Kapital discourse is a way of life. It's a commitment. It's a big time commitment. Now, to the first question from the audience, because Ian was here before we went live on the YouTube side, because if you become a subscriber at Theory Underground, or even if you just take one of the courses, you do get special access to our platform, our intermediary platform. We're no longer using the same site that we were using. And one of the things is you can see when we're live. And we were live before we were live. And Ian was here. And so to Ian, to his question, he said, can you give a mini explanation of the difference between MCM Prime and CMC Prime? Absolutely. Nance, I'm going to let you go while I make sure the last finishing touches on the thumbnail and everything like that. Straight order.
So MCM Prime is just the surrogate of capital. It's money that is used to purchase commodities such as labor power or machinery resources, that's then turned back into more money. That money has been increased by this process of trade or exchange or circulation. So that's MCM Prime, money, commodity, back to M, but it's been changed, it's been increased, and so it's M Prime. And CMC Prime describes commodity to money. So we have labor power. So we sell our labor power for money that we can turn back around into increased commodities, which would be food, housing, objects, video games, books, shoes, clothes. But it's more of it. Like the reason you sell your labor power, at least in theory, is to get more money. Like, or not more money, to get more things. In reality, it doesn't really work that way. None of us are making enough money to survive. We're selling our labor power and we're getting back less than what it costs to reproduce our own selves and our own labor power. So having that distinction highlights, it highlights alienation, it highlights exploitation, it highlights all these problems, but it also points out like, no, we don't want to just play with money or commodities. Like we want something else. And that something else is time energy. And that time energy is prior to our labor power, which is turned into a commodity and sold on the market. So when you go to work, you're not actually getting paid your hourly wage. Like your labor is being bought. Like you are selling your labor on the market. So it's not actually like compensation for your time that you're actually spending there. It's not like, oh, I've been here 6 hours. That means I've earned 6 hours. You're selling the potential of my body will be here to do this work, to produce X amount of value for the capitalist. And it's not enough. The price they pay us doesn't cover the cost we pay them in simple reproduction of ourselves and our labor power. And that is a problem. And that problem leads us to the situation where none of us have our time energy, which is prior to labor power. It's prior to the commodity form. And we want our time energy. So it highlights various threads of the conversation that are ongoing.
And I think there's a couple of things that I want to touch on there about the two circuits, right? But what were you going to say?
Just Ian's question in the chat, but we can get that next if you have more to add.
We'll get to that, but the short answer is, I think most people will say, yes, they are. It's a lot more difficult. So the question was, are school teachers generating surplus value? And it's like, okay, well, we haven't talked about what surplus value is. Like we haven't even gotten into that. So that's kind of like, that's getting way ahead. That is not, nothing about understanding MCM Prime versus CMC Prime matters, or hinges on that question. And so that's a great question though. It's an important question. And, it's the reason it's so complicated is because it's not like one of these simple points of production where it's very obvious where and how the surplus value is being produced, right? So, normally CMC Prime is understood merely as the standpoint of the working class, whereas MCM Prime is taken as the standpoint of the capitalist, right? And that's because for the capitalist, money is something you spend to make more money, right? And in critical doxology and time energy, when we get into this, it'll be paired with Rich Dad Poor Dad, because the difference for Robert Kiyosaki between Rich Dad and Poor Dad is Poor Dad spends all his money on liabilities, which is to say just commodities that are consumable. Whereas Rich Dad, he spends all of his money on assets. And what he means by assets is like things that will make him more money. So the difference between Rich Dad and Poor Dad is one is spending money to make money, MCM Prime. The other one is spending money on consumables, CMC Prime. Except that normally, I think maybe the Prime's not normally there for the CMC side. But when we say CMC Prime, what we're getting at is not just, oh, we want more commodities. We want more commodities. No, we want the kind of useful goods that free up more time energy, that therefore enhance our creative powers. Our creative powers. And that's where we get to this sort of double entendre, where yes, in a sort of sense, we need our means of subsistence, which is provided currently through commodities, and that would be the C. But also, the C stands for creative power. So that's the double entendre. That's what we are doing. We're quilting that. And of course, we could get fancier and say, you know, C prime is, and then we use up brackets to put inside of it means of subsistence, which would be M, lowercase o, uppercase S, comma, and then we do the time energy symbol. And then we also do something that means the sort of institutions that are able to help us organize our higher human capacities and with other people who are able to help us bring about those capacities to realization, right? Which is the kinds of institutions that would have to exist for people to actually have schooling, which is not just leisure time in that sort of Greek sense. You know, it's the root of the word schooling, but it's actually like institutions made for your freedom to have the surplus time energy in your week, large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time throughout your week, to be able to freely experiment with, looking into things you're curious about, to have mentors and people who are able to inspire you to look into things beyond what you are already looking at, and to be able to equip you with the basic skill sets necessary for being able to truly explore and discover your talents, develop the skills atop those talents that help you find your purpose, your calling, your passion. The human shit. This is the soft, squishy human shit, as Nance likes to say. As an aspiring right-wing theory cell, I appreciate this channel. Down with Kapital. Thank you, internet enjoyer. Great to have.
That's funny, dude. You know what, internet enjoyer?
Great to have you.
That was funny, dude. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I hope you're not serious, but you made me laugh.
I don't even care. Okay. Even if you're serious.
It doesn't matter. It was all worth it.
All right. So what we're about to get into is chapter 1 of volume 1. And what we were just going over, for those arriving now, it's a question that Ian had raised about the title of the podcast. And the reason that he even asked the question in the first place was because before we pushed live, I was talking about how it's really funny because for a person who is an MCM Prime versus CMC Prime enjoyer to be able to say that they love this shit, right? Like, oh yeah, I listen to MCM Prime versus CMC Prime. For a person to be able to say that means that they know so much more about theory than most people. Like you have to get so into the niche shit to be able to really utilize and kind of take ownership of any of what we just said. And the ultimate goal here, I was saying, is to make that easily accessible. We think that these theoretical distinctions and these concepts are absolutely essential to personal liberation and any possibility of any broader kind of emancipation. And so with that, Nance, you can say whatever you want and then start reading. I have to run downstairs and stop a recording and start another recording on some other computer where stuff's going on. My timer just went off. Be right back.
I hope that's not piracy you're engaging downstairs. Yeah. We'll jump right into it. We read through chapter 1, I don't know, a couple months ago, probably. Had some great conversations on the back end of that. During that, took some great notes. A lot of great things came out of the initial reading of chapter 1, and this is our return. So we'll get right into it. Chapter 1, the commodity. The two factors of the commodity, use value and value, substance of value, magnitude of value. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is, first of all, an external object, a thing which, through its qualities, satisfies human needs of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they arise, for example, from the stomach or the imagination, makes no difference. Nor does it matter here how the thing satisfies man's need, whether directly as a means of subsistence, in other words, an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. Every useful thing, for example, iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. Every useful thing is a whole composed of many properties. It can therefore be useful in various ways. The discovery of these ways and hints of the manifold uses of things is the work of history. So also is this the invention of socially recognized standards of measurement for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of the measures for commodities arises in part from the diverse nature of the objects to be measured, and in part from convention. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value, but this usefulness does not dangle in midair. It is conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity and has no existence apart from the latter. It is therefore the physical body of the commodity itself. For instance, iron, corn, a diamond, which is the use value or useful thing. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When examining use values, we always assume we are dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities provide the material for a special branch of knowledge, namely the commercial knowledge of commodities. Use values are only realized vervichtlicht in use or in consumption. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its social form may be. In the form of society to be considered here, they are also the material bearers, Prager, of exchange value. Exchange value appears, first of all, as the quantitative relation, the proportion, in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. This relation changes constantly with time and place. Hence, exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value. In other words, an exchange value that is inseparably connected with the commodity inherent in it seems a contradiction in terms.
Yo,
Let us consider the matter. Yep.
I'll go ahead and finish that line. Sorry.
Let us consider the matter more closely.
It was like literally the last sentence. I'm all, yo. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. If you've heard this part, then you just heard like the most iconic and most read moment of the book, probably. Why does he start here? He's starting with the cell form of capital, right? Which is the commodity. Now, from the commodity, he's going to be able to unravel everything else. If you want a lecture on chapter 1, Stahil gave it earlier in this podcast. So there is an episode for that. I hope that you will get a chance to check that out and then come back to this, because repetition is the cost of learning, right? Really quick check in on the chat though. Internet Enjoyer said that he's serious. He finds a lot of value in the critique of capitalism. The left has a lot of good points on economic issues. He just diverges on social issues, down with capital, up with virtue ethics. And I mean, I agree 100%. I love virtue ethics. We can't do virtue ethics in capitalism. Like, it's not actually possible. Of course, I don't think that any society really was fit for a good kind of virtue ethics, right? The good life has not been mastered. And we've not figured out the right model. Of course, some people will say, oh, it was actually. The Catholic Church had it all figured out, or whatever. And so different people will have their different ideas about what was peak humanity, and our position is we don't even know yet. But obviously, it's going to be on the other side of this thing called capital. And I would just say to Albert, who said that that's cringe, whatever. I mean, if our educational content only serves leftists, I'm not happy. And nothing I do here has ever assumed. Nothing I've ever done on Theory Underground has ever assumed a primarily or solely leftist audience. But of course, leftists are overrepresented in the world of theory, and they are also obviously overrepresented in the world of capital critique. And yeah, I mean, if you care about any kinds of conservative values or conserving the human, which that's my conservatism, is conserving the human against the cybernetic forces of the future that are tearing us apart, well, then you got to understand capital. And so, yeah, it is ultimately something that I hope everybody over time gets pilled on, you know? But Mav Sage says, have any of you guys read The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith? If so, how does Das Kapital stand in relation to it? Like, is it an outright critique of it? And so the answer is, like, you know, the way an American would critique it is to go page by page and stop and say, I disagree with this and I disagree on that with that. And the way that Marx does it is the way that Hegel would have done it. He's coming from a bit of a different position. Obviously, he's got a different set of operating assumptions, but the similarity between Hegel and Marx and pretty much any German with self-respect or the desire for the respect of others during this time is that critique is imminent. Critique is not just something you do from outside where you look over here and you go, oh, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that. Oh, well, that's your opinion. Well, here's my opinion. Critique is instead where you say, you see all of the work that Ricardo and Smith and Mill have done up until this point, right? I'm going to take everything they've done and then restate it, assuming most of their presuppositions, but then show how those lead to certain kinds of contradictions that they haven't seriously tarried with. They haven't really thought through. And so imminent critique is where you basically say, instead of saying, I disagree with every little thing that you're saying, say, actually, I'm going to agree with all the most essential things that you're saying and go from there. And so that is what Marx is doing here. So it's a great question, Mav. And the simple answer is, it is not an outright critique. It is actually an unfolding of political economy. And in the unfolding of political economy, in the recapitulation of the classical political economic project that is largely revolves around David Ricardo, Adam Smith, and John Stuart Mill. Yes, you get to his critique, but his critique is not like this from outside; it's from inside. And I think that's important because, you know, Marx also says, yeah, what came before is not better, right? We're not trying to go to feudalism because that's what was right before. No, capitalism has its pros, but also has some major cons. But this is not about whether we like it or not. But for the most part, I mean, yeah, it's got some benefits, undeniable benefits. Marx is not against those. But we want to sublate, which is to say retain and then overcome and retain those aspects of liberalism and capitalism that are good, right? Everyone can argue about what those aspects are, and we can get into eventually on this podcast what those aspects were for Marx, right? And I think that that's where Doug Lane and Ashley Frowley and everything they've been doing at Sublation Media it pertains. It's also where Matt McManus pertains with their sort of liberalism that they bring into socialism. And it's to say that, yeah, well, if liberalism just gives us formal rights, the goal is substantive rights. It's not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and go, oh, that's all just a bunch of formal freedoms. No, it's to substantiate those. Okay. Well, that's more or less what I want to touch on. But yeah, no, this doesn't just draw heavily from from Smith, Ricardo, and Mill. You wouldn't be able to read it without them. Like and almost everything that people go, oh, Marx is saying this, Marx is saying that, is actually something that Ricardo said, is actually something that Smith said. The labor theory of value is something that Smith and Ricardo were on board with. It's something that John Locke, not John Stuart, but John Locke actually had come up with in the first place, which is simply to say that natural right of ownership over some property comes from having put your labor into that thing. That's the basis of the labor theory of value. And then that develops into a full-fledged theory through Ricardo, through Smith. And now, this is where we're going to say arguably, but arguably, Marx is saying the labor theory of value is part of the problem. The reduction of all forms of qualitative labor and all of the products of all of the different kinds of labor to this abstract standard of socially necessary labor time that is forced when the value form is the central god of a society. That is the thing we want to overcome, and is the thing that must be overcome if humans are to ever be human again, if we are to have any kind of substantial freedom ever again. So yeah, I saw those questions and I was like, ooh, I really want to say these things, but yeah, thanks everybody. And I'm going to try to not get too stuck down in the chat, but I will encourage you all to try to stay more or less on point. Because I see there's a lot of back and forth there between Rudy and everybody else, and I'm not going to try to keep up with it all. But I hope you will all try to keep up with us. Let's go. A given commodity, a quarter of wheat, for example, is exchanged for X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. In short, it is exchanged for other commodities in the most diverse proportions. Therefore, the wheat has many exchange values instead of one. The X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. each represent the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat. Therefore, X boot polish, Y silk, Z gold, etc. must, as exchange values, be mutually replaceable or of identical magnitude. It follows from this that firstly, the valid exchange values of a particular commodity express something equal, and secondly, exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance of a content distinguishable from it. Let us now take two commodities, for example, corn and iron. Whatever their exchange relation may be, it can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron. For instance, 1/4 of corn equals X CWT of iron. What does this equation signify? Is CWT actually supposed to, is that what it's supposed to be, or is that a typo? Is it a repeat typo if it's a typo?
Yeah, it comes up multiple times. Let's see.
Is that a bad OCR?
100-weight, quarter weight, centum, central weight. It's an outdated measure.
Okay.
So cent, like 100, centum. So like 100-weight of Zentner in German. So I'm assuming back in the day, people used to say centner, and now we don't.
It's called centner. Okay. How did we read this before and not have that conversation? I don't even know how we missed it.
It came up and we kind of bumbled through it. Like I remember like, what the fuck is that? And just kind of bumbling on past it.
Shout out to anybody else who listened to that episode and who remembers. I don't. They're all the real ones. So anyway, can you put your mouse cursor where we're at? Is it right there? Okay. Let us now take two commodities, for example, corn and
Right.
What does this equation signify? It signifies that a common element of identical magnitude exists in two different things. In 1/4 of corn and similarly in X centimeter of iron. Both are therefore equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing. Mysterious third thing, guys. A simple geometrical example will illustrate this. In order to determine and compare the areas of all rectilinear figures, we split them up into triangles. Then the triangle itself is reduced to an expression totally different from its visible shape, half the product of the base and the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be reduced to a common element, of which they represent a greater or lesser quantity. This common element cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. Such properties come into consideration only to the extent that they make the commodities useful, as in turn them into use values. But clearly the exchange relation of commodities is characterized precisely by its abstraction from their use values. Within the exchange relation, one use value is worth just as much as another, provided only that it is present in the appropriate quantity. Or as Barbin says, one sort of wares are as good as another if the value be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. 100 pounds worth of lead or iron is of as great a value as 100 pounds worth of silver and gold. As use values, commodities differ above all in quality, while as exchange values, they can only differ in quantity and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. So this way of setting up the picture is not the way that Smith or Ricardo set the picture up, but this is like political economy 101. Like he is running you through political economy 101, but he is setting up this essential distinction between use and exchange so as to set up things that he will tease out from this later on, right? And what he will tease out from this distinction is not something that you'll get from the political economists. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. But even the product of labor has already been transformed in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value. It is no longer a table, a house, a piece of yarn, or any other useful thing. All its sensuous characteristics are extinguished. Right? At the end of the day, when you look in your bank account, it's just money. Right? At the end of the day, when you look at the stock market and the value went up or the value went down with your stock, it's just numbers. The actual, the physical, useful qualities, the sensuous characteristics, as he says, are extinguished. Nor is it any longer the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, or the spinner, or of any other particular kind of productive labor, right? The differences in the kinds of things that people do are eradicated in a sort of sense. With the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears. This, in turn, entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. They can no longer be distinguished, but are altogether reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. This is setting him up to make his genuinely original contribution. There's a few. Arguably, how he conceives of labor power as opposed to labor is one of his innovations, and how he conceives of socially necessary labor time as abstract human labor is also one of these innovations. And right here, he just right? It's 2 pages in. He's already introduced human labor power in the abstract. This is the thing that is comparing or being used to compare all of the useful goods that are then becoming, instead of use values, exchange values on the market, just a bunch of numbers. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case but the same phantom-like objectivity. They are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, as in of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. All these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them. Human labor power is accumulated in them as crystals of the social substance, which is common to them all. They are values, commodity values. We have seen that when commodities are in relation of exchange, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value, as it has just been defined. The common factor in the exchange relation, or in the exchange value of the commodity, is therefore its value. The progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as a necessary mode of expression or form of appearance of value. For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. So the form of appearance, or the form of expression of value, exchange value, that's money, right? And then in other societies that might appear as gold. In our society, it appears as cash money. It appears as different things depending on where you're at. But the point is value expresses itself in some way. And there is obviously, like, you can experience the use value of something directly when you go, I need a hammer. Ah, here's the hammer. And then you use the hammer to build your house. But for something to manifest or to appear as value, there's got to be money involved, right? For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. So we're not going to think about how it appears as money. First, we're going to focus on this use value, exchange value distinction. A use value or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. Now, this would not be very complicated if he was just an American writer. The reason that this is complicated, and he sounds like he's doing a labor theory of value right now, the reason that there's any argument as to whether he's actually doing that or not is because he is in this German tradition of immanent critique, meaning that he's arguably setting up the stage and he's agreeing with the terms of the people he's arguing with. And so he's giving the devil its due and saying, yeah, absolutely, the substance of these things is, and the condition of possibility for these things is the labor power that has been spent on them, right?
I'm very bad, dude. Got my headphones.
All right. It might seem that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended to produce it, it would be the more valuable, the more unskillful and lazy the worker who produced it, because he would need more time to complete the article. However, the labor that forms the substance of value is equal human labor, the expenditure of identical human labor power. So here he's addressing a commonplace argument against the labor theory of value, saying, guys, you're not thinking big enough, right? The basic critique of the labor theory of value is, well, if the amount of labor going into the thing is what makes the thing more or less worth or valuable, then what about the lazy person taking way longer to make the thing? They put more labor into it, so shouldn't it be more valuable than the stuff made by the super effective person? And the basic answer is like, no, we're talking about equal human labor. And you could say in a sort of sense, like, okay, well, that's a hard to get at thing. Well, yeah, it's an approximation. All right. But we're talking about socially necessary labor time, which is an average. The average time it takes to do the thing, right? If making a pencil takes X amount of time, and then you take way longer to make that pencil, so the pencil you make takes way longer than the average amount of time to make a normal pencil, probably not going to be a good business for you. It's probably not going to work. You probably can't be making pencils if it takes you way longer, right? And obviously it takes a factory with resources from all over the world to make the pencil in the first place. And an easier example would be something like a saddle. That's something that Adam Smith talks about in The Wealth of Nations, right? The saddle maker used to walk out in the morning on his own property, and he would walk out to the shop and get to work making saddles, and these were something he could take pride in, right? And now these are being mass produced in factories. And the thing is like, cool, so that guy pours his heart and soul into that saddle, takes him 3 days to finish it, whereas you have these other people, this one person, their whole life is doing this, weep, 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 putting some kind of a widget on that saddle, right? You got all these different people doing these different parts of the process. And then none of those people can really take pride in it, right? But nobody who's making those things themselves, nobody who understands the whole process is any longer able to compete with the mass standardized, systematized form of industrial production. So yeah, takes you 3 days to make that saddle, took them 10 minutes to make that saddle. And now they can sell that saddle for way cheaper than you are able to. And you're not going to be able to feed your family selling it that cheap. And so you go out of business. That's what he's getting at. So that's what we mean by average human labor power, or socially necessary labor time. The total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, although composed of innumerable individual units of labor power. Each of these units is the same as any other, to the extent that it has the character of a socially average unit of labor power and acts as such, as in, only needs, in order to produce a commodity, the labor time which is necessary on an average, or in other words, is socially necessary. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. The introduction of power looms in England, for example, probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to convert a given quantity of yarn into woven fabric. In order to do this, the English hand loom weaver, in fact, needed the same amount of labor time as before, but the product of his individual hour of labor now only represented half an hour of social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. What exclusively determines the magnitude or the size of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The individual commodity counts here only as an average sample of its kind. Commodities which contain equal quantities of labor, or which can be produced in the same time, have therefore the same value. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity, as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. As exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time. All right, you want to go?
Yeah, I was looking at our chat here.
Don't. You don't see their face.
yeah.
If you don't see, if
The
you don't
value-
see you don't see their
Yeah.
faces and
Yeah.
their names. The only chat that we should be
Yeah.
looking at is the one that's on our side. Let Rudy deal with this.
No, yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at Rudy's comment. In the original, that's only
Oh, okay.
value, not exchange value. That's an interesting point. Which, if you watched Sahil's lecture and the conversation with Sahil, where he kind of talks about this process of like the fetish of value itself, it would be interesting, but I don't know if it's worth going into that right now. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labor time required for its production also remained constant. But the latter changes with every variation in the productivity of labor. This is determined by a wide range of circumstances. It is determined, amongst other things, by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological application, the social organization of the process of production, the extent and effectiveness of the means of production, and the conditions found in the natural environment. For example, the same quantity of labor is present in 8 bushels of corn in favorable seasons and in only 4 bushels in unfavorable seasons. The same quantity of labor provides more metal in rich mines than in poor. Diamonds are a very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on an average, a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small volume. Jacob questions whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Ishvega, the total produce of the Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending in 1823 still did not amount to the price of the 1.5 years, or of 1.5 years average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds represented much more labor, therefore more value. With richer mines, the same quantity of labor would be embodied in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If man succeeded, without much labor, in transforming carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productivity of labor, the less the labor time required to produce an article, the less mass of labor crystallized in that article, and the less its value. Inversely, the less the productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, and the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity and inversely as the productivity of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Now we know the substance of value. It is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude. It is labor time. The form, which stamps value as exchange value, remains to be analyzed. But before this, we need to develop the characteristics we have already found somewhat more fully. A thing can be a use value without being a value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not mediated through labor. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows, unplanted forests, etc., fall into this category. A thing can be useful and a product of human labor without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own need with the product of his own labor admittedly creates use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. And not merely for others. The medieval peasant produced a corn rent for the feudal lord and a corn tithe for the priest. But neither the corn rent nor the corn tithe became commodities simply by being produced for others. In order to become a commodity, the product must be transferred to the other person for whom it serves as a use value through the medium of exchange. Finally, nothing can be a value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor and therefore creates no value. Section 2. The dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. Initially, the commodity appeared to us as an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. Later on, it was seen that labor, too, has a dual character. Insofar as it finds its expression in value, it no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it is the creator of use values. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. At this point, as this point is crucial to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. Let us take two commodities, such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the value of the first be twice the value of the second, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. The coat is a use value that satisfies a particular need. A specific kind of productive activity is required to bring it into existence. This activity is determined by its aim, mode of operation, object, means, and result. We use the abbreviated expression useful labor for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its product or by the fact that its product is a use value. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are qualitatively different use values, so also are the forms of labor through which their existence is mediated, tailoring and weaving. If the use values were not qualitatively different, hence not the products of qualitatively different forms of useful labor, they would be absolutely incapable of confronting each other as commodities. Coats cannot be exchanged for coats. One use value cannot be exchanged for another of the same kind.
Hey, dude, I like that beanie. Would you like to trade it to me for the exact same one? Like,
Yeah,
it's
man.
not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And so we're trying to get at the distinction here between two kinds of labor. Is it abstract and concrete? Is that what we're working on here?
Yeah.
So I already said that socially necessary labor time, it's not just labor that is the source of value in capitalism. It's socially necessary labor time. That's first. Second, labor power is another one of his innovations. And then third, as he just said, concrete versus abstract labor. This is essential.
Yeah. The totality of heterogeneous use values or physical commodities reflects a totality of similarly heterogeneous forms of useful labor, which differ in order, genus, species, and variety. In short, a social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for commodity production. Although the converse does not hold, commodity production is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. Labor is socially divided in the primitive Indian community, although the products do not thereby become commodities. Or, to take an example nearer home, labor is systematically divided in every factory, but the workers do not bring about this division by exchanging their individual products. Only the products of mutually independent acts of labor performed in isolation can confront each other as commodities. To sum up, then, the use value of every commodity contains useful labor, in other words, productive activity of a definite kind, carried on with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labor contained in them is qualitatively different in each case. In a society whose products generally assume the form of commodities, that is, in a society of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor, which are carried on independently and privately by individual producers, develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. It is, moreover, a matter of indifference whether the coat is worn by the tailor or by his customer. In both cases, it acts as a use value. So too, the relation between the coat and the labor that produced it is not in itself altered when tailoring becomes a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labor. Men made clothes for thousands of years under the compulsion of the need for clothing without a single man ever becoming a tailor. But the existence of coats, of linen, of every element of material wealth not provided in advance by nature, had always to be mediated through a specific productive activity appropriate to its purpose. a productive activity that assimilated particular natural materials to particular human requirements. Labor, then, as the creator of use values as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself.
Yes. So, and that's just, it's a useful point to highlight in the text because we were talking about it earlier today during the Critical Doxology Time Energy seminar lecture sessions. But yeah, no, for Marx, it's all labor all the way down. And in the sense that he's using the term, basically that's true. But also, kind of gets us off on the wrong foot in a certain sense, right? And that's where time energy becomes a useful term here. Now, time energy is the condition for all forms of sustained effort. And all forms of sustained effort that end in any kind of value, that is going to be called labor. Insofar as what you do is producing something, right? And that would include thinking, as Rudy was pointing out earlier today, for Marx. But yeah, he says labor then, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society, right? That's the trans-historicizing right there. It is an eternal, natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human. This is why it's very easy then for someone like Lenin to be like, yeah, sorry, I'm a worker realist, right? Work all the way down. That's just the way it's going to be. But if everything's labor, it's hard to think how we're going to set up or move beyond labor being the basis of value, right? What would it mean to be in a society where it's not? That's part of the point of time energy theory. I know we've got a lot of new people popping in on this stream because we don't normally have 15 people watching at this point in one of these things. And so, what's up, everybody? But yeah, time energy, when I'm talking about it, check out the book. It just came out within the last 6 months. It's got a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek. I'm not saying he read it, but he's engaged enough with the concept to have been able to say what he said here about the book, which is very kind of him. And what's important about it is that time energy gets out large energy infused repeatable blocks of time. It is getting at the point that time is worthless without energy, and that the kind of time that we need is repeatable large blocks that has a kind of cool and calm collected energy in it. And none of us have that. If you have energy on a one-off day, it's not repeatable time, and therefore it can't be harnessed towards your higher human aspirations. It becomes restless, fragmented, sort of erratic energy. But most of the time, you don't even have energy. You're just exhausted. It's time without energy, right? This is the existential analysis of the preconditions for what gets understood as labor power. But it would also be the precondition for, if we want to develop a theoretical distinction here that's not used by Marx, so, the distinction between labor power and creative power, or the distinction between labor power, creative power, and cooperative power, like your ability to do stuff with other people autonomously outside of necessity, right? And we are not just like these anti-work utopians who are just like, oh yeah, well, we'll never have to work. We don't believe in that. No, fuck that. Work matters, but it is also something that can be restricted to the realm of necessity, and that can be reduced so that our entire lives aren't constantly focused on that. And that's where previous societies have had an upper hand over capitalism. That's where even the peasant, even the serf in feudalism, for instance, but also just other societies where, say, the church was the center the gravitational center, or the czar, or the king, or what have you, was the center of society, the whole world stopped for the holidays. The holidays, the festivals, these things took precedence over commerce, right? These things took precedence over production. These things took precedence over the accumulation of profit. We live in a very weird time when nobody works the same schedules, nobody has the same days off, nobody can presume that anybody else is on the same wavelength with anything. And that is one of the many sources of and kinds of alienation, which I also got to in the lecture today. Because you're all here, and I keep referring to this lecture, I do want to make the invitation open to you all. If you direct message either me or Nance after watching this, or if you email us, we'll get you the link to that, because it wasn't a public lecture, but you get access to it as a part of the crew. You're part of the crew here. The fact that you're here for this, I would feel bad referencing this lecture session from this morning if I wasn't making that offer to you. So consider it a gift. All right. Use values like coats, linen, etc. In short, the physical bodies of commodities are combinations of two elements, the material provided by nature and labor. If we subtract the total amount of useful labor of different kinds, which is contained in the coat, the linen, etc., a material substratum is always left. This substratum is furnished by nature without human intervention. When man engages in production, he can only proceed as nature does herself. That is, he can only change the form of the materials. Furthermore, even in this work of modification, he is constantly helped by natural forces. Labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, as in, of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth, the earth is its mother. Let us now pass from the commodity as an object of utility to the value of commodities. We have assumed that the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is merely a quantitative difference and does not concern us at the moment. We shall therefore simply bear in mind that if the value of a coat is twice that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen will have the same value as a coat. As values, the coat and the linen have the same substance. They are the objective expressions of homogeneous labor. But tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different forms of labor. There are, however, states of society in which the same man alternately makes clothes and weaves. In this case, these two different modes of labor are only modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not yet fixed functions peculiar to different individuals, just as the coat our tailor makes today and the pair of trousers he makes tomorrow require him only to vary his own individual labor. Moreover, we can see at a glance that in our capitalist society, a given portion of labor is supplied alternately in the form of tailoring and in the form of weaving, in accordance with changes in the direction of the demand for labor. This change in the form of labor may well not take place without friction, but it must take place. How to DM you or email you. Great to be here. Welcome, welcome. And hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com is a great way to email. DMing. I'm a DM away on Instagram at any given time. And then obviously once people get involved with Theory Underground, they know how to DM me there. But yeah, for practical purposes, probably, email or Instagram. Probably the easiest public ways to do it. Technically Twitter DMs, but I don't check that one as often. For my mental health, I just think that if you see a few pictures or reels, some food, some cats, some memes, whatever, on Instagram, that's one thing. Twitter's another. If we leave aside the determinate quality of productive activity and therefore the useful character of the labor, What remains is its quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc., and in this sense, both human labor, right? Like this is, this is something that any political economist would have agreed on, right? But when we read this today for the first time, if you've never thought about it before, and you realize, yeah, everything on the grocery store shelves, everything in the department store, everything off of Amazon, everything comes from human labor. At bottom, there are human bodies behind it, sacrificing their lives to make these things. That's kind of a eye-opening moment. It's like the kid who's eating meat the whole life, right? And then comes into the realization, oh, animals are dying in this process of production. And it's like hard for them because they've been sheltered from these realities. Like they haven't had to live with negation. Birth and death are hidden from society, right? We don't see birth and death. And we also don't see labor most of the time. So yeah, I'll reread that because it's just amazing. Brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc. And in this sense, both human labor. They are merely two different forms of the expenditure of human labor power. Of course, human labor power must itself have attained a certain level of development before it can be expended in this or that form. But the value of a commodity represents human labor pure and simple, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in civil society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but man as such plays a very mean part, so here too, the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, as in, of the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man, on the average, without being developed in any special way. Simple, average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs, but in a particular society, it is given. More complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied, simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. And I like the way he says that too. Experience shows this reduction is constantly being made. It's not the same thing as saying this is the fundamental ontological transhistorical truth. That is to say, all forms of labor are reducible to the simplest form, the abstract labor. But it is saying we merely look around us. This is what's occurring. Economically, this reduction is always being made. A commodity may be the outcome of the most complicated labor, but through its value, it is posited as equal to the product of simple labor. Hence, it represents only a specific quantity of simple labor, right? So you have the pencil it has inputs from 50 different countries and came out of a factory that involved, thousands of different people speaking different languages to produce that pencil. And then you have the kid at the lemonade stand selling a cup of lemonade on a hot day. Okay? That kid is doing the most simple form of labor compared to the kind of labor and intelligence that had to go into the production of that pencil, right? And he's saying, yep, but insofar as you are a holder of money and you're looking at, I could buy this thing or I could buy that thing, or insofar as there's a market and the lemonade is on the market, the pencil's on the market. They are ultimately in relation to one another through simple labor, that is to say, socially necessary labor time. And then I'll finish this paragraph and then Nance maybe. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions, therefore, appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. In the interests of simplification, we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this, we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Just as in viewing the coat and the linen as values we abstract from their different use values, so in the case of the labor represented by those values, do we disregard the difference between its useful forms, tailoring and weaving. The use values, I forgot you were going to read, but I'll finish this paragraph. The use values coat and linen are combinations of, on the one hand, productive activity with a definite purpose, and on the other, cloth and yarn. The values coat and linen, however, are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous labor. In the same way, the labor contained in these values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving are the formative elements in the use values coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labor are of different qualities, but only insofar as abstraction is made from their particular qualities, only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the two articles mentioned.
Coats and linen, however, are not merely values in general, but values of definite magnitude. And following our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Why is there this difference in value? Because the linen contains only half as much labor as the coat, so that labor power had to be expended twice as long to produce the second as to produce the first. While, therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value, it counts only quantitatively, once it has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it was a matter of the how and the what of labor, in the latter of the how much of the temporal duration of labor. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents nothing but the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productivity of all the different sorts of useful labor required, let us say, for the production of a coat remains unchanged, the total value of the coats produced will increase along with their quantity. If one coat represents X days labor, two coats will represent 2x days labor, and so on. But now assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat is doubled or halved. In the first case, one coat is worth as much as two coats were before. In the second case, two coats are only worth as much as one was before, although in both cases, one coat performs the same service, and the useful labor contained in it remains of the same quality. One change has taken place, however, a change in the quantity of labor expended to produce the article. In itself, an increase in the quantity of use values constitutes an increase in material wealth. Two coats will clothe two men, one coat will only clothe one man, etc. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This contradictory movement arises out of the twofold character of labor. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete useful labor. In reality, this determines only the degree of effectiveness of productive activity directed toward a given purpose within a given period of time. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. As against this, however, variations in productivity have no impact whatever on the labor itself represented in value. As productivity is an attribute of labor in its concrete useful form, it naturally ceases to have any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete useful form. The same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time always yields the same amount of value, independently of any variations in productivity. but it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time. More if productivity rises, fewer if it falls. For this reason, the same change in productivity, which increases the fruitfulness of labor and therefore the amount of use values produced by it, also brings about a reduction in the value of this increased total amount, if it cuts down the total amount of labor time necessary to produce the use values. The converse also holds. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal or abstract human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim. And it is in this quality of being concrete, useful labor that it produces use values.
Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Section 3. And I'll read for a little bit and then I'm going to go do some pull-ups and push-ups while I listen. I don't know if anybody noticed. I'm also doing stretchy stretches. I ran twice today. I've done 4 miles so far. And I'm going to run another 2 miles before the day's over. Because I gotta expend
My
that
camera's
labor power.
overheating. I got to turn it off real quick.
Oh,
Damn it.
Dude, you need to get one of these ones that I have. I tell you, man, they're a delight.
Oh, I know. Instead of using my DSLR.
Yeah, man, a simple camcorder.
I'm gonna step away, but I have my headphones on, but you can't tell, but I'm not here.
Okay.
I can still hear you.
That was dangerous. I yawned. We're just getting started, everybody. We're just getting started. So buckle up. It's a long ride like a limousine. Is that how the line goes? Buckle up. It's a long ride like a limousine. Section 3, the value form or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the form of use values or material goods such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, natural form. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they are at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value, which is to say use value and exchange value, right? Therefore, they only appear as commodities or have the form of commodities insofar as they possess a double form, as in natural form and value form, right? The use value is the natural form. The value form, it's exchange value. This is going to be, I guess, not natural, right? The objectivity of commodities as values differs from game quickly in the sense that a man knows not where to have it. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In this, it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish. It remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. I think my neighbors are knocking on my door. I'm not sure. Anyway. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor. That their objective character as values is therefore purely social. I think somebody in the chat had actually been saying something along these lines. Dang, I kind of want to run down and see what all the knocking is about. It's probably just these little girls from next door, or like they live across the street technically. They like to play with our cat, Ryan. So they come and they knock and they just keep knocking until we come and they're like, "Can Ryan play with us?" And it's the most precious thing ever, but yeah. From this, it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. In fact, we started with exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it. We must now return to this form of appearance of value. Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. Sorry, I kind of misread that. He says, now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to another commodity of a different kind. It does not matter which one. Hence, the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. Absolutely, Ed. A. Section A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. X. I wish I could put my mouse on Nance's screen and do it. They got to figure out how to make it so we can screen share with our mouses interacting on one another's shared screens. As soon as they figure that out, our exegetical reading game is going to go to another level. Anyway, you all can follow along on page 139 in the Penguin edition of Das Kapital Volume 1. And if you don't have your grubby hands on a physical copy of this book, don't worry. You can always go to libgen.is, I'm pretty sure is the name of it. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I'm pretty sure it's libgen.is. You should be able to get it there. Anyway, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. Notice how the exchange symbol, the equal sign, is substituted in the second iteration of the exact same sentence with the word worth. Equal sign equals worth, right? Worth, value, quality. These three things, they're not just similes, they're not just, this is not an analogy. No, the equal sign, that's value. What we mean when we say value. What Nance hates when he said, I hate value. He's talking about this equal sign, right? So the irony should not be lost on you that for a lot of progressives, the equal sign has become some kind of a positive symbol, right? And of course, it's the idea of formal equality. Ooh, woo, woo. But this is ultimately, everything is equatable to everything else. Everything is flattened into this infinite flatness, right? All right, so 20 yards of linen equals one coat. Now we're getting into linen and coats, everybody. We kind of touched on some various resources before, but now we're really in it. 20 yards of linen equal one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat. Okay, section 1 of section 8. The two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. Our real difficulty, therefore, is to analyze it. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example, the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The first commodity plays an active role, the second a passive one. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value. In other words, the commodity is in the relative form of value. The second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent. In other words, it is in the equivalent form. So yeah, if I were to pick up this a highlighter from Office Depot, guessing it's like a dollar. Let's just say it's $1, but he's not doing that. I just did a comparison to the third thing, which is money. But no, if I was just to use this as my relative form of value, that means I would be comparing everything else against this. So then the equivalent form, when I hold up my phone, I say, okay, so my phone versus the highlighter. Then we have to say, well, how many of the highlighter to equal one phone? In this case, it's in the hundreds, many hundreds. And then, of course, the phone is the equivalent, right? It's the equivalent form. The relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments which belong to and mutually condition each other. But at the same time, they are mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, as in poles of the expression of value. They are always divided up between the different commodities brought into relation with each other by that expression. I cannot, for example, express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equal 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. The equation states rather the contrary. 20 yards of linen are nothing but 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of linen considered as an object of utility. The value of the linen can therefore only be expressed relatively, as in another commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen therefore presupposes that some other commodity confronts it in the equivalent form. On the other hand, this other commodity, which figures as the equivalent, cannot simultaneously be in the relative form of value. It is not the latter commodity whose value is being expressed. It only provides the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Of course, the expression 20 yards of linen equal one coat or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat also includes its converse. One coat equals 20 yards of linen, or one coat is worth 20 yards of linen. But in this case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively. And if I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. The same commodity cannot therefore simultaneously appear in both forms in the same expression of value. These forms rather exclude each other as polar opposites. Whether a commodity is in the relative form or in its opposite, the equivalent form, entirely depends on its actual position in the expression of value. That is, it depends on whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed. Ian said, it sounds like value works as words that can only be understood in reference to each other. Yeah, words or things, yeah. I'm going to go check on that knocking to see if it really is about my door. It sounds like it's at my door, but I'm listening on my headphones.
The relative form of value. The content of the relative form of value. In order to find out how the simple expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation between two commodities, we must first of all consider the value relation quite independently of its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is the precise opposite of this. Nothing is seen in the value relation but the proportion in which definite quantities of two sorts of commodity count as equal to each other. It is overlooked that the magnitudes of different things only become comparable in quantitative terms when they have been reduced to the same unit. Only as expressions of the same unit do they have a common denominator and are therefore commensurable magnitudes. Whether 20 yards of linen equal one coat or 20 coats or X coats, in other words, when a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, it is always implied, whatever the proportion, that the linen and the coat as magnitudes of value are expressions of the same unit, things of the same nature. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. But these two qualitatively equated commodities do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed, and how? By being related to the coat as its equivalent, or the thing exchangeable with it. In this relation, the coat counts as the form of existence of value, as the material embodiment of value, for only as such is it the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own existence as value comes into view or receives an independent expression, for it is only as value that it can be related to the coat as a being equal in value to it, or exchangeable with it. In the same way, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Moreover, these substances are combined together in the same proportions in each case, namely C4H8O2. If now butyric acid were to be equated with propylformate, then in the first place, propylformate would count in this relation only as a form of existence of C4H8O2. And in the second place, it would thereby be asserted that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Thus, by equating propylformate with butyric acid, one would be expressing their chemical composition as opposed to their physical formation. If we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. By equating, for example, the coat as a thing of value to the linen, we equate the labor embedded in the coat with the labor embedded in the linen. Now, it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen. But the act of equating tailoring with weaving reduces the former, in fact, to what is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to the characteristic they have in common of being human labor. This is a roundabout way of saying that weaving, too, insofar as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, and consequently is abstract human labor. It is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view the specific character of value-creating labor by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. However, it is not enough to express the specific character of the labor which goes to make up the value of the linen. Human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state, in objective form. The value of the linen as a congealed mass of human labor can be expressed only as an objectivity, Gegenständlichkeit, a thing which is materially different from the linen itself and yet common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When it is in the value relation with the linen, the coat counts qualitatively as the equal of the linen. It counts as a thing of the same nature because it is a value. Here it is therefore a thing in which value is manifested, or which represents value in its tangible, natural form. Yet the coat itself, the physical aspect of the coat commodity, is purely a use value. A coat as such no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across. This proves only that, within its value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than it does outside it, just as some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise. In the production of the coat, human labor power in the shape of tailoring has in actual fact been expended. Human labor has therefore been accumulated in the coat. From this point of view, the coat is a bearer of value, although this property never shows through. even when the coat is at its most threadbare. In its value relation with the linen, the coat counts only under this aspect, counts therefore as embodied value, as the body of value, vert corpor. Despite its buttoned up appearance, the linen recognizes in it a splendid kindred soul, the soul of value. Nevertheless, the coat cannot represent value towards the linen unless value for the latter simultaneously assumes the form of a coat. An individual A, for instance, cannot be your majesty to another individual B unless majesty in B's eyes assumes the physical shape of A, and moreover changes facial features, hair, and many other things with every new father of his people. Hence, in the value relation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. The value of the commodity linen is therefore expressed by the physical body of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is identical with the coat, and therefore looks like the coat. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form. Its existence as value is manifested in its equality with the coat. Just as the sheep-like nature of the Christian is shown in its resemblance to the Lamb of God. We see then that everything our analysis of the value of commodities previously told us is repeated by the linen itself as soon as it enters into association with another commodity, the coat. Only it reveals its thoughts in a language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that labor creates its own value in its abstract quality of being human labor, it says that the coat, insofar as it counts as its equal, in other words, is value, consists of the same labor as it does itself. In order to inform us that its sublime objectivity as a value differs from its stiff and starchy existence as a body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat, and therefore that insofar as the linen itself is an object of value, Verting, it and the coat are as like as two peas. Let us note, incidentally, that the language of commodities also has, apart from Hebrew, plenty of other more or less correct dialects. The German word Wertsein, Wertsein, that's cool. I get that now. I didn't get that, but I like it. Wertsein, to be worth, for instance, brings out less strikingly than the Romance verb valer, or valor, valoir, that the equating of commodity B with commodity A is the expression of value proper to commodity A. Paris vaut bien une messe. By means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. In other words, the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A. Commodity A, then, in entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, as a materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. The value of commodity A, thus expressed in the use value of commodity B, has the form of relative value. So all that is just saying, like, all things, because of this proposition, value, all things like retroactively become not themselves, but nothing but like a holding place for the proposition of value itself. So like this is describing how value erases all the characteristics of all things and replaces them with this process. This looks like subsection 2, the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value.
You're doing really good, man. Do you want me to take over for a minute, or do you want to keep going? Because I'm doing housewife.
Yeah, go ahead. Right.
Cool.
Right here.
Yeah. I'll take a break. I was washing dishes. I was hoping nobody was getting too worried, thinking, what happened to Dave answering the knock at the door? No, there was nobody there. But as soon as I put Ryan out, those two girls did show up. I was washing dishes, listening to you. I look out the window and they're both like playing with him. So yeah. Nance's voice is soothing, Ian. You're right. Rudy said I actually did, man. About what?
He actually got worried. I got worried too, man. But I'm a worrywart. So like
no, you
shit
should.
always runs through my mind and then I just have to stuff it down.
Dude,
but
you
yeah,
should
I was
be
like, oh
worried.
shit.
You
I hope
should be
something-
worried. Yeah, no, because I'm in a sketchy neighborhood. I mean, I'm worried for those girls. But like, no, I'm like literally like our like cops were at our house like 10:30 p.m. for an hour and a half, like right outside our door, shining a spotlight on the neighbor, knocking at the apartment right next to us. And we know they were home, but they were like hiding. And as soon as the cops left, the neighbors got in the car and drove away. And they came back right when I was looking out the window. Like I was like, oh look, they're gone. And then they came back and I was like, whoa, ducked back inside. It was like this whole thing. And then and the two of them look like outlaws. I'll just say it that way. They look like outlaws. Everything about their demeanor, their attitude, like it's Bonnie and Clyde. And so then we were up in North Idaho on our little vacation last week. And there was an Amber Alert on the phone. It kept going off. It went off like 4 or 5 times, but it said that there's like 2 very dangerous people and they're on the loose and the cops are looking for them in Boise. And I was like, Ann. Yeah, I was like, Ann, it's them. And then I clicked the button. It wasn't them, but but that is,
but for a second,
I thought it was them.
For a second, it could have been them.
Yeah, exactly. So, but all right, section 2. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. All right. Quantitative determinacy.
By the way, thank you, Ian. I didn't see that. Thank you. And then dude, I just jumped in on you. My bad. In the YouTube chat, Ed says, I feel that once Marx gets into the consequences of the circulation of commodities is when the subject matter gets next level. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think for me, it's hard to separate circulation from production because things are produced for exchange. And that actually, like, if you were around for the initial conversation with Sahil, like that was my sticking point, was like production and exchange are the same thing. Like it's one process that belongs, like each part belongs to the other in this way. But yeah, I do feel like once Marx lays it out, like circulation, I do think that's when it gets next level, because for me, that's when the other shoe drops. Like circulation and production, or exchange and production, like this is the process of valorization. To focus on one over the other, you're missing the point. So I like that comment.
And I just wanted to say, like, I do like where Sahil's coming from, in the sense that we can't forget about production. We can't deprioritize production. And an example of that is just to say, so within capitalism, there is no such thing as production without exchange, and that all production is geared towards exchange, and that all production is necessarily social and involves this intercourse already as a precondition for its existence. Yes. But that's not always been true. And there's always been production that wasn't for exchange. And that's
and there was exchange apart from production as well.
Right. The exchange of things that were not produced, right? Except that kind of exchange is a different kind of exchange, right? Keratonic. And so I guess if we want to think about gift exchange, that's another thing altogether. But within the tribe, within the family, within the commune, within the community, that's not the same thing as like, oh no, we're actually we have things, they have things, we need those things. It's another thing altogether when it's just like it's more like a peace or peace ritual, right? Where it's like we have gifts, they have gifts, we have war games, whatever, which is awesome, but no,
Yeah.
it's different. All right. I'll just start over. Every commodity whose value is to be expressed is a useful object of a given quantity. For instance, 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. Therefore, the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value, as in the magnitude of value, whatever its size is, right? And the value relation of commodity A to commodity B, of the linen to the coat, therefore, not only is a commodity type coat equated with the linen in qualitative terms as an object of value as such, but also a definite quantity of the object of value or equivalent. One coat, for example, is equated with a definite quantity of linen such as 20 yards. The equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat. I should have known what was next. I should have known. It's always going to be 20 yards of linen, and it always equals one coat.
Yeah.
Fucking, I failed today. Yeah. What's it gonna be? 20 yards of what? Yeah.
Dude, what? Tell me,
Yeah.
what do you mean? It's 20 yards of
I
linen.
don't even know.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. I forgive you.
Okay.
I forgive you.
I forgive you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know that one went on for so long. It's just got the Ron Burgundy on here, you know. All right. So I want to kind of read this from my page here instead of from the screen. So turning the page over here. Boom, boom, boom. Good. Got it. All right. Going. So yeah, the 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, presupposes the presence in one coat of exactly as much of the substance of value as there is in 20 yards of linen. Implies, therefore, that the quantities in which the two commodities are present have cost the same amount of labor or the same quantity of labor time. So the labor time, is labor time the same thing, the thing that you said that, you get that now when you said Wertstein?
No, Wertstein.
Wertstein?
Like being Sein and Wert value. Like it just
So value
that
time?
just dawned on me right now. No, Sein.
No, that's not time.
Being.
That's
To be.
being. That's not okay. Sorry, I got my time and my being.
No.
mixed up. Okay, Wertstein.
I was
value.
being stupid. I was publicly admitting, oh, I'm stupid. I'm just now getting this word.
That's our job, dude. Our job is to be stupid on the
Yeah.
internet. All right. But the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen or one coat varies with every change in the productivity of the weaver or the tailor. The influence of such changes on the relative expression of the magnitude of value must now be investigated more closely. Dun, dun, dun. 1. Let the value of the linen change while the value of the coat remains constant. If the labor time necessary for the production of linen be doubled as a result of the increasing infertility of flax growing soil, for instance, or the breakdown in a supply chain during COVID, right? Its value will also be doubled. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals two coats, since one coat would now contain only half as much labor time as 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor time be reduced by 1/2 as a result of improved looms, for instance, the value of the linen will fall by 1/2. In accordance with this, the equation will now read 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. The relative value of commodity A, as in its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in direct relation to the value of coat of A, if the value of B remains constant. 2. Let the value of the linen remain constant while the value of the coat changes. if under these circumstances the labor time necessary for the production of a coat has doubled, as a result, for instance, of a poor crop of wool, we should have, instead of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. I wish somebody would make a game like Factorio, but it's like the goal of it is to teach you all of this at like a sort of visceral level.
Capital?
Yeah, the
Dude,
game of Capital.
Hold on, dude. That would be sick as fuck.
Yeah, dude.
Why doesn't that exist?
Das Kapital, the game, you know? Factorio is a really addicting game. It'd be like that. Oh, Rudy said Mark Sorio. That's funny shit. Hold on. How do I make it go away from my screen? Okay, we got it. All right.
It's gone now.
If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remains constant, its relative value, as expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in inverse relation to the change in the value of B. If we compare the different cases examined under headings 1 and 2, it emerges that the same change in the magnitude of relative value may arise from entirely opposed causes. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, either because the value of the linen has doubled or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2. And it becomes 20 yards of linen equals half a coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2 or because the value of the coat has doubled. He's over here trying to like game the stock market. He's tracking linen and he's like, there's a drought in Ireland. Fuck. How's that going to impact wolves? I got to figure this out.
Don't invest in potatoes this year, dude.
Not investing in potatoes.
Ireland,
sure.
Ukraine, just never buy potatoes, dude.
Just don't do it. 3, let the quantities of labor necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction in the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat as before, whatever change may have taken place in their respective values. Their change of value is revealed only when they are compared with a third commodity, whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fell simultaneously and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. The change in the real values would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. And I circled that, and I'm highlighting it this time as well because it's like, yeah, it's page 146. He says their real values, right? The change in their real values would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. And as soon as I try to understand what he means by the real values in this specific sense, my brain just kind of gets fuzzy and I go,
I think it's an artifact of translation. I don't think. Yeah, Rudy, can you tell me what is the word he uses there? Is it just Verta or is it something else? But I do think earlier Rudy brought up this point of it says value rather than exchange value, but here in this text it said exchange value. Right now he's adding real value. I think it's an artifact of translation. I think folks is trying to elucidate a point or something. And I hope
because we're talking about when we say the real values, we're talking about the selling cost, like the price. We're talking about the price, not the cost. We're talking about what their going rate, or are we talking about the idea that like, well, no, because something can have a real value that it's selling under or over. Like that's where I get, like, that's what I'm wondering. So, you make something thinking this is the value of the inputs that I'm using. I'm expecting X amount of profit. Otherwise I won't be able to keep going with my operation. Like this is some real shit, like you're thinking that through. Hello, Cthulhu. And then you go like, I'm selling, and then you're going, I have to sell my commodities under their value. In this case, hold on. In this case, what you're saying is by real value, the value of how you had thought through those inputs prior to the change in the supply
previous
chain.
logic.
Real is
The
not
previous logic.
This is not a metaphysical
Yeah.
reality. This is real in the sense of this is based on the previous logic of, so this production produced these things, presuming a certain exchange value, but that exchange value has now changed. But the real value of it that you are working under the assumption of, well, now it's going to have to sell under that. Or if you're lucky, it'll sell over that and then you'll make bank, right? Okay, so Rudy says.
Okay, so we
read them, yeah.
Aaron Verlicken Vaishal is, I'm not doing that. Their real value change would be visible as in that same amount of labor time. In the general, a greater or smaller quantum of commodities as before would be delivered.
It's the last sentence.
Yes, that's the paragraph. That's the sentence, Rudy. So, yeah, I do think that is calling out, like, in the previous logic, there would be a change in value. It's not price. It's not cost. And it's also he's not out of the blue this one time positing value, real value, as opposed to like, I think it's demonstrating like, no, in this hypothetical situation, there's going to be a change in, you know what? I think apparent value would be a better word than real value. But I don't know.
We know what he means. I think we know what he means.
Yeah.
Flea Block was getting really excited about the similarities between what we're doing here and the labor theory of value. And I just want to say welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, arguably, he definitely believes that there is a more sophisticated version of the labor theory of value operative in capitalism, but he's going to use that to critique capital in a certain way, to show a certain kind of exploitation. Sure, that is going to happen. He's also going to use that to develop certain contradictions inherent to capital. Yeah, and so he is using labor theory of value in that sense. The contradiction in the field, the big debate between the labor theory of value guys and the value form guys, is something that we have been teasing out through the course of this podcast. We already read chapter 1 quite a while ago, and now we're coming back to it with that debate in mind. And basically, all you need to know about that debate is the reason it matters from the standpoint of the labor or of the value form position, which is the one we currently occupy, is because we have this hunch that if you buy into the labor theory of value as being true about real value outside of and beyond the scope of capitalism, then you foreclose any possibility of really ever getting out of it, right? And so the point is that we want a kind of value that goes beyond a higher human value, that goes beyond this kind of equivalent exchange kind of value, or this kind of use value based in labor value, right? So on the concrete side of qualitatively different kinds of labor that make qualitatively different kinds of useful goods, that kind of labor that makes those things, that's one thing. Then you've got abstract labor, this kind of just like flattening, where all forms of labor are used or compared to one another, flattened on the market, and that's vis-a-vis or in reference to socially necessary labor time, right? And that's his innovation. This is where he is a bit bigger brained than the labor theory of value people before him. And that now where we're going with it is to say, we're pretty sure that what he's saying is that this is, he's setting the stage to be able to show sort of the ruse, like the value as a ruse.
Yes.
And
the
socially necessary labor time as a trick of a sort. But it's not that we could just see past it and then we could all share our goods with one another and do free labor for one another and live in our communes and we'd be
it's
set.
real.
It is real.
It's real. It's concrete. Like it is real. However, it's not the whole story. And the fact that it is there keeps us from seeing the whole story.
Right.
And even the whole story itself is fetishized and turned into this like, well, I can go be Robinson Crusoe, and Marx does get into that. No, you know,
To critique it.
but yeah, no, like,
but he still plays in it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like it is a big conversation. The jury is still out. And yes, he does engage with Ricardo, Lee. So
yeah.
I
mean,
this is directly.
This is all him.
Yeah.
This is all. Yeah. He not only directly references him, he also is sort of the best student of Ricardo and Smith, to the point where what he's doing here, he's telling you basically, he's assuming an audience of people who are into Ricardo and Smith, and then he's telling you the nuts and bolts of political economy, assuming nodding heads in the audience the whole time he's talking. And then he's going to slowly but surely bring them along. They're all nodding their heads. And then they're all going to be like, wait, how did we get here? Right? And that's imminent critique. And that's what he's doing. So, yeah, it's awesome. Also, what's up, everybody? If you believe that everything is labor, then remember that this is being done off of the backs of real human beings, and that real human beings have real needs. And sadly, one of the biggest needs that real human beings have is rent. But there's also other things, eventually, like wanting to have a family, you know, stuff like that, which is why I actually started Patreon for people who don't have the time and energy, but they do have money and they want to actually support this project. The people who have the time and energy and money, though, they should get involved as subscribers, right? Now, if you got no money and you got no time or energy, but you still want to support in some way, or you still want some kind of basic access, we have this thing called Tier 0. And if you're watching this right now for free online, you're in it. So welcome to Tier 0. And the best way to be a part of Tier 0 is to sign up as a free subscriber at the Patreon. You don't have to pay anything to be a free subscriber. But if you have some dollars, you want to buy me a coffee, get on that. If you want to do a one-off thing and not a subscriber thing, there's a PayPal. There's a way to do that. But basically, I'm just being a realist about capital and the fact that so long as capital is the regime, that means that I have to pay for things, and that means that my time energy is ultimately reduced to labor power, and there's nothing I can do to get out of it, except hopefully gain some modicum of freedom thanks to enough of you all pitching in. And that's why I want to shout out to my patrons, because I promised them all that I would do them shout outs. And usually it'll be at the end of the video. But yeah, to my $25 patrons, thank you, Sahil, Alexandra, and Nikolai. You're the MVPs. Amazing. Thank you. You're all goated up from head to toe. Also, Max and Christian and Darian. You're at the tiers right below that one. And normally I would roll credits if I had time, but I just want to do that shout out. So thank you. But for subscribers, that's the people with the time and energy to actually get involved. It's relative. It's relative. Nobody really has time and energy. But if you are slipstreaming with us into some kind of a different mode and you want to go along, the best way to do it is to go through the courses that we've made available. They're eternal conversations. These are not, the course happened and then we moved on. Everything we do is always in reference back to the courses that have happened and that are coming up. And if you want to be a part of that milieu and not just a scene kid, that's how to get involved. I think Nancy's face palming because that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense?
No, something else.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. No, I thought you were, no, I meant what Ed said. Were you face palming at Ed?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick.
It's like, you don't have surplus value, Ed.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of capitalism, is that you don't have surplus value.
Yeah.
The capital.
No,
capital has your surplus value.
Yeah. Capital had all your surplus value before you were born. And that's the point. That's the point of doing things the hard way, trying to do something other than, let's just have another book club. Let's just be another content creator. Let's just be another YouTube channel or another Substack or another asshole on Twitter, whatever. Like, trying to do something different. We're trying to create a conversation.
Well, and really the courses and the educational materials, the books, all of it is part of equipping an intergenerational struggle to actually understand the situation. Now, I do want to get a little too literal here. I know you're just playing around, but I just want to say it's a crucial distinction. And so, wages are the opposite of surplus value. Your wages are for your means of subsistence, right? I actually want you to think about compensating me for what I'm putting into this project as a part of your means of subsistence if you actually subsist on it in terms of how Marx would say in the 1844 manuscripts, spiritual nourishment. If it's actually part of what gets you through the day, the week, the month, the year, at that point, sure. If not, and it's just kind of interesting to you, don't worry about it and just become a free subscriber. You'll get access to more stuff than you would have if you do that. That's the main. There'll be eventually more cool shit rolled out for tier 0 people than what you have here at the YouTube, right? But the YouTube side of things is also pretty cool and we love it. And that's why we have 20 people watching right now between YouTube and Twitch, which is awesome. I can't believe there's this many people watching us read Kapital. I know that like most of you are playing video games, eating ice cream and jacking off and you're not really paying attention, but hey, you're here and you're hopefully getting something through osmosis. And I think that idea of slipstreaming is really important, like, because you are able to hopefully get a little energy off of us and it motivates you to eventually do something that you wouldn't have done on your own, right? And so that's awesome. Section 4. What are you laughing about?
Can you hold on? All right. So imagine the one person who is actually eating ice cream and cranking it right now. And they just heard you say, I know you're probably eating ice cream and checking off. Like, we'll talk about interpolation, dude. Jesus Christ.
That's like that paranoid poster I had recently who was like, who's got my data? How's my data leaking out? How did you know I was doing this? Dude.
If that's you, you're not being gang stalked. We say that all the time. That's a common meme. Don't worry. We're not watching you through the television.
No, we just
or maybe we are, dude.
Womp,
maybe
womp,
we are, dude.
Okay. Matan's over here eating gelato. Dude, hell yeah. Right on. I guess it's gelato 30 somewhere, right? Yeah, all right. And by the way, we have a movie night, film club. It's not like a discussion of a film, it's more like a viewing party. And that's happening in basically 2 hours. And we're going to keep reading until then. So good to have you all along. This was a fun little break. Yeah, but let's get to it. Section. Oh, so this is the 4th thing. So the first 2, he's just talking about, oh, the money on the side of the relative, or sorry, the value on the side of the relative one goes up or down. This is how it changes while the other one stays constant. And then the second one was like, oh, the value on the side of the equivalent one goes up or down. This is what happens. And he's like, oh, well, it could be both ways. It could both be up, could both be down. They could go different directions. Like it's getting crazy over here, right? And so how do you keep track of all this stuff, right? Well, you're going to have to use money, obviously, but we're not there yet. So let's keep going. So the 4th. The labor time necessary for the production, respectively, of the linen and the coat, and hence their values, may vary simultaneously in the same direction, but to an unequal degree, or in opposite directions, and so on. The influence of all possible combinations of this kind on the relative value of a commodity can be worked out simply by applying cases 1, 2, and 3, which I was kind of prefiguring. I got ahead of myself in my summary. But anyway, thus real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of its value and in the relative expression of that magnitude do not by any means have to correspond at all points. All right, and now we're going to get to the next section, which is the equivalent form. But really, look, the last few pages and the next few pages. It's all going to sound like, if you're kind of multitasking and doing this for the first time, it just all sounds like value up, value down, value up, value down, everything shifting in reference to one another. Yeah, and that is basically what he's saying. He's just being scientific about it as methodological as he possibly can. That's how he's doing it, right? Right. So section 3.
Section 3, the equivalent form. We have seen that a commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of a commodity B of a different kind, the coat, impresses upon the latter a form of value peculiar to it, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen brings to view its own existence as a value through the fact that the coat can be equated with the linen, although it has not assumed a form of value distinct from its own physical form. The coat is directly exchangeable with the linen. In this way, the linen in fact expresses its own existence as value, Wertsein. The equivalent form of a commodity, accordingly, is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. If one kind of commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats therefore acquire the characteristic property of being in a form in which they can be directly exchanged with linen, this still by no means provides us with a production in which the two are exchangeable. Since the magnitude of the value of the linen is a given quantity, this proportion depends on the magnitude of the coat's value. Whether the coat is expressed as the equivalent and the linen as relative value, or inversely, the linen is expressed as equivalent and the coat as relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined, as ever, by the labor time necessary for its production, independently of its value form. But as soon as the coat takes up the position of the equivalent in the value expression, the magnitude of its value ceases to be expressed quantitatively. On the contrary, the coat now figures in the value equation merely as a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth what? 2 coats, bitch. Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent. Because the use value coat counts as the embodiment of value vis-a-vis the linen. A definite number of coats is sufficient to express a definite quantity of value in the linen. 2 coats can therefore express the magnitude of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the magnitude of their own value, because they had a superficial conception of this fact. In other words, because they considered that in the equation of value, the equivalent always has the form of a simple quantity of some article, of a use value. Bailey and many of his predecessors and followers were misled into seeing the expression of value as merely a quantitative relation. Whereas, in fact, the equivalent form of a commodity contains no quantitative determinant of value. The first peculiarity which strikes us when we reflect on the equivalent form is this, that use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. The natural form of the commodity becomes its value form. But, note well, this substitution only occurs in the case of a commodity B, coat or maize or iron, etc., when some other commodity A, linen, etc., enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since a commodity cannot be related to itself as equivalent, and therefore it cannot make its own physical shape into the expression of its own value, it must be related to another commodity as equivalent, and therefore must make the physical shape of another commodity into its own value form. Let us make this clear with the example of a measure which is applied to commodities as material objects, that is, as use values. A sugar loaf, because it is a body, is heavy and therefore possesses weight. But we can neither take a look at this weight nor touch it. We then take various pieces of iron, whose weight has been determined beforehand. The bodily form of the iron, considered for itself, is no more the form of appearance of weight than is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as a weight, we put it into a relation of weight with the iron. In this relation, the iron counts as a body representing nothing but weight. Quantities of iron therefore serve to measure the weight of the sugar and represent, in relation to the sugar loaf, weight in its pure form, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation. In other words, within this relation into which the sugar or any other body whose weight is to be found enters with the iron. If both objects lacked weight, they could not enter into this relation. Hence, the one could not serve to express the weight of the other. When we throw both of them into the scales, we see in reality that considered as weight, they are the same, and therefore that, taken in the appropriate proportions, they have the same weight. Just as the body of the iron, as a measure of weight, represents weight alone in relation to the sugar loaf, so in our expression of value, the body of the coat represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. In the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf, the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies, their weight. But in the expression of value of the linen, the coat represents a supranatural property, their value, which is something purely social. The relative value form of a commodity, the linen, for example, expresses its value existence as something wholly different from its substance and properties. As the quality of being comparable with the coat, for example, this expression itself therefore indicates that it conceals a social relation. With the equivalent form, the reverse is true. The equivalent form consists precisely in this, that the material commodity itself, the coat for instance, expresses value just as it is in its everyday life, and is therefore endowed with the form of value by nature itself. Admittedly, this holds good only within the value relation, in which the commodity linen is related to the commodity coat as its equivalent. However, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things. They are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. The coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting them for less dazzling commodities, and with ever renewed satisfaction, reeling off a catalog of all the inferior commodities which have played the role of the equivalent at one time or another. He does not suspect that even the simplest expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals one coat, already presents the riddle of the equivalent form for us to solve. I like when he's talking about weight, because it's very simple. Like iron is a thing that exists, but in the proposition of weight, in the proposition of measuring, like the iron it becomes immaterial and it becomes this concrete, absolute, like objective thing. And it's no longer iron. It's the thing against which all other things are related and measured. And that's very intuitive. It makes sense. And like that happens to everything when the commodity form is dominant. Everything is erased and is nothing more than a measure of everything else. And because that can't work, because it would be an infinite regress of tautologies and like meaningless, my shirt is my shirt. Well, that means nothing. We have to have money, and he'll get into why we have to have money and this and that. But that process of like it being no longer material, things become immaterial. That's it right there. And then value is this supranatural thing that people take as natural, and that's why we have a problem with it. But that little bit right there earlier, someone mentioned the melting into air thing. And I think right there is a very good bold letters marquee, like this is what's going on with value. So good job, Carl. Carl! Like on The Walking Dead. Carl! Oh, you're muted.
Oh, it's just his opinion. He's just making things
You're
up.
back. that rascal Carl.
He's just
You
like
rapscallion.
he's just like he's doing free association this whole time. Like that's
Sure.
Sure. All right. Are you gonna keep going? Because I'll go do some more pull-ups.
Yeah, I'll go a little bit longer.
Till
I'll
the
go,
end of the next this section.
I'll go to B. What page are we on? Oh no, I won't go to B.
That's
What fucking page are we on?
154. 150.
Yeah.
Middle of 150. Oh, to the middle of 152 is when you get to the next section.
Yeah, I'll go to subsection 4. Yeah,
I'll be right back.
The body of the commodity, which serves as the equivalent, always figures as the embodiment of abstract human labor and is always the product of some specific useful and concrete labor. This concrete labor, therefore, becomes the expression of abstract human labor. If the code is merely abstract human labor's realization, the tailoring actually realized in it is merely abstract human labor's form of realization. In this expression of value of the linen, the usefulness of tailoring consists not in making clothes, and thus also people, but in making a physical object which we at once recognize as value as a congealed quantity of labor, therefore, which is absolutely indistinguishable from the labor objectified in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, tailoring itself must reflect nothing apart from its own abstract quality of being human labor. Human labor power is expended in the form of tailoring as well as in the form of weaving. Both therefore possess the general property of being human labor, and they therefore have to be considered in certain cases, such as the production of value, solely from this point of view. There is nothing mysterious in this. But in the value expression of the commodity, the question is stood on its head. Shout out Feuerbach. In order to express the fact that, for instance, weaving creates the value of linen through its general property of being human labor rather than in its concrete form as weaving, we contrast it with the concrete labor which produces the equivalent of the linen, namely tailoring. Tailoring is now seen as the tangible form of realization of abstract human labor. The equivalent form therefore possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract human labor. But because this concrete labor, tailoring, counts exclusively as the expression of undifferentiated human labor, it possesses the characteristic of being identical with other kinds of labor, such as the labor embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals, it is nevertheless labor in its directly social form. It is precisely for this reason that it presents itself to us in the shape of a product which is directly exchangeable with other commodities. Thus, the equivalent form has a third peculiarity. Private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. The two peculiarities of the equivalent form we have just developed will become still clearer if we go back to the great investigator who was the first to analyze the value form, like so many other forms of thought, society, and nature. I mean Aristotle. In the first place, he states quite clearly that the money form of the commodity is only a more developed aspect of the simple form of value, that is, of the expression of the value of a commodity in some other commodity chosen at random. For he says, 5 beds equals 1 house, is indistinguishable from 5 beds equals a certain amount of money. He further sees that the value relation, which provides the framework for this expression of value itself, requires that the house should be qualitatively equated with the bed, and that these things, being distinct to the senses, could not be compared with each other as commensurable magnitudes if they lacked this essential identity. There can be no exchange, he says, without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Here, however, he falters and abandons the further analysis of the form of value. It is, however, in reality impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable, in other words, qualitatively equal. This form of equation can only be something foreign to the true nature of these things. It is therefore only a makeshift for practical purposes. Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what prevented any further analysis: the lack of a concept of value. What is the homogeneous element, in other words, the common substance, which the house represents from the point of view of the bed in the value expression for the bed? Such a thing in truth cannot exist, says Aristotle, but why not? Toward the bed, the house represents something equal, insofar as it represents what is really equal both in the bed and the house, and that is human labor. However, Aristotle himself was unable to extract this fact, that in the form of commodity values, all labor is expressed as equal human labor, and therefore as labor of equal quality, by inspection from the form of value, because Greek society was founded on the labor of slaves, hence had as its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, because and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This, however, becomes possible only in a society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor. Hence, the dominant social relation is the relation between men as possessors of commodities. Aristotle's genius is displayed precisely by his discovery of a relation of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only the historical limitation inherent in the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what, in reality, this relation of equality consisted of.
All right. Section 4. The simple form of value considered as a whole. A commodity's simple form of value is contained in its value relation with another commodity of a different kind, as in its exchange relation with the latter. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the direct exchangeability of commodity B with commodity A. It is quantitatively expressed by the exchangeability of a specific quantity of commodity B with a given quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity is independently expressed through its presentation as exchange value. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm. It serves rather as an abbreviation. All right, I want to tarry with that for a moment. I don't know if you feel up to the task of putting that in your own words. I don't. I'll just say that.
No. So Okay. When at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was strictly speaking wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. So its value is manifesting, and I would be curious, Rudy, what is the word for manifesting here? Is it not appearing? Its own particular, okay, yeah, it's appearing. So the appearance of this value is what gets taken for exchange value. So once we understand that there's these three things, right? Use value, which is the utility that it provides for me. This bookmark is useful for me so that I get some utility out of it. So it's worth $1. Objective. Well, no. It's not worth $1. It's worth something to me. Use value. And then value is this other thing that comes out of socially necessary reproduction. And the fact that I have to account for how long are things going to take me and blah, 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 and this and that. And so there's value. But it appears as exchange value. So, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation. And exchange value is always only ever a social relation. So only when it is in a value or exchange relation within a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm. It serves rather as an abbreviation. So basically, Marx is saying value is this thing that is there. We don't have access to it. So we can say use value and exchange value. But there is, yeah, and from here on, like he does just go on to call what Marx almost always refers to when he says value is exchange value. Because value is this thing that we have no access to. And Marx does this labor theory of value, right? It is imbued in these things through the process of production, right? Through the human labor that went into producing them.
It is congealed labor and all that, yeah.
It is congealed, yeah. Crystallized.
But what Rudy is saying in the chat is that this is actually the strongest value form argument. And then he said,
I agree with him.
I take him to say that you only can see that value is twofold, use value and exchange value, in the relation of commodities to each other. He then calls this exchange value just value. And so the point is like just the opening, which is that every commodity that it is this twofold use value, exchange value. It's like, no, it's actually not. Like that's a loose way of talking. As long as we keep in mind, it's only got that exchange value in its relation to these other commodities.
It's an expression. It's an appearance. Yeah, because we don't have access to that value, and that exchange value is downstream of that value, but we don't have access to that value because it's both real and unreal at the same time. Like that is the fucky, mysterious, phantom-like thing that's happening. So yeah, he's saying like we can't really see the thing that we're approximating with exchange value, but horses and hand grenades and all that, right?
So then to Fleabach and everybody else, this is a crucial distinction from the value form standpoint as opposed to the labor theory of value, which is to say we're granting the labor theory of value people everything except for transhistoricity. And we're saying that it's not that the commodity just has value on account of the fact that labor was put into it, even if it was socially average labor. No, it is that it's in relation to the other commodities and socially necessary labor time. That if the value you put into a good wasn't in relation to socially necessary labor time and the world of commodities, then it would just be a useful good. It would not have the twofold nature. It would just be a use value. It would not have exchange value, right? I think that Rudy's right. I think you're right. I think this is worth putting a lot of marks on the page beside Rudy.
100%.
Yeah, man. And I only realized halfway through me talking there that I might have cut you off. So take it away. If I did.
No, yeah, I think it's a great point, and I think I just read the YouTube chat. Limey and Rudy are having a good conversation too, and Mav, Aristotle, slave labor. Yeah, like it comes out of socially necessary reproduction and abstract human labor, which is predicated on equality. So Marx is saying Aristotle didn't have access to that because there was no presupposition of equality. They were just like, yeah, I'm a rich dude. I get to drink wine and eat grapes, and it is what it is. And I don't care where it comes from. And the slaves didn't have a voice. The slaves couldn't express their malcontent.
Yeah, the amount of time that it took for a slave to do X, Y, or Z activity was not being compared in any substantial or essential way to the amount of time it took other slaves to do that, because economics was a private household affair, and slaves in a private household, and a household was bigger than a household when you think of the suburbs, by the way. We're talking about plantations, really. But like these plantations were like their own little worlds. And if the person said, I want this thing, and then the slave goes, oh, okay, well, that's going to take a certain amount of time. You go, okay. And you might say, speed it up. But you don't care. You're not comparing that to some social necessary labor time that is like supposed to be the determinant of value. What happened? What are you laughing? It's not what I said.
No, that's my impression of a rich person. I'm rich, and I drink wine. I don't care where things come from. That is how rich people operate, though, right?
Yeah, man.
And I don't care because of this very humanist project that Marx is trying to engage in, that posits abstract human labor, and that does posit this labor theory value. So, I mean, at times I know I've talked about the labor theory of value with some rancor in my voice, and I don't mean to do that. Like, the labor theory of value is right. It's just not the full story, right?
I don't know that we would have ever gotten
an update.
Yeah, we wouldn't have gotten so good at talking about this if it wasn't for Sahil's pushback. So big props.
For sure, dude.
Big props to him.
For sure.
He got me, you, and Rudy and Theo to all like, oh shit, we got to put our big kid pants on for this one. Yeah, we can't just say whatever we want.
You can't just say everything that comes into your head. That's bad talking.
Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value, as opposed to value and its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value. This second view is the delusion both of the mercantilists and people like Fourier, Ganel, etc., who have made a modern rehash of mercantilism, and their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade, such as Bastiat and his associates. The mercantilists place their main emphasis on the qualitative side of the expression of value, hence on the equivalent form of the commodity, which in its finished form is money. The modern peddlers of free trade, on the other hand, who must get rid of their commodities at any price, stress the quantitative side of the relative form of value. For them, accordingly, there exists neither value nor magnitude of value anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation, that is, in the daily list of prices current on the stock exchange. The Scotsman, MacLeod, whose function it is to trick out the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened peddlers of free trade. I just have to say, a paragraph like this is why I just disagree with some of my friends who write theory and never want to utter the names of somebody they disagree with who they consider to be more or less inconsequential. I'm just like, dude, yeah, Marx will go for 20 pages before he does it, but then there's a paragraph where he's talking about the mercantilists and then these people who are trying to resuscitate mercantilism, and he goes after these other guys.
Ferrier, Ganil, McLeod. Like, yeah, dude, Marx is dropping diss tracks left and right. Marx was a fucking G, dude. Like,
yeah, man. He's been holding back this whole time, and now he's like, yeah.
Mr. Steal Yo Girl, man. Fucking, he's got that smoke, dude. Marx got the smoke.
A close scrutiny of the expression of value of commodity A contained in the value relation of A to B has shown that within that relation, the natural form of commodity A figures only as the aspect of use value, while the natural form of B figures only as the form of value, or aspect of value. The internal opposition between use value and value, hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, as in by a relation between two commodities such that the one commodity, whose own value is supposed to be expressed, counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity in which that value is to be expressed counts directly only as exchange value. Hence, the simple form of value of a commodity is the simple form of appearance of the opposition between use value and value, which is contained within the commodity. The product of labor is an object of utility in all states of society, but it is only a historically specific epoch of development which presents the labor expended in the production of a useful article as an objective property of that article, as its value. Now, it's important here. He's not saying, I, Karl Marx, I've invented the labor theory of value, and I'm saying that we're in a unique historical standpoint where now it's just objectively true that is the case, that is how the value is seen, it's just this property of the article. No, he's saying it's a historically unique time to be in when Adam Smith, Ricardo, and J.S. Mill all will agree on this much, which is to say, all of the greatest minds of political economy, the greatest minds of the time, arguably, are like, yes, that's a thing. Well, what are the conditions that made it so that they were all able to come to this conclusion? Right? That's what he's getting at. It is only then that the product of labor becomes transformed into a commodity. It therefore follows that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of a product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. We perceive straight away the insufficiency of the simple form of value. It is an embryonic form which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value of A from its use value, and therefore merely places A in an exchange relation with any particular single different kind of commodity instead of representing A's qualitative quality with all other commodities and its quantitative proportionality to them. To the simple relative form of value of a commodity, there corresponds the single equivalent form of another commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of value of the linen, the coat only possesses the form of equivalent, the form of direct exchangeability, in relation to this one individual commodity, the linen. Nevertheless, the simple form of value automatically passes over into a more complete form. Admittedly, the simple form only expresses the value of a commodity A in one commodity of another kind. But what this second commodity is, whether it is coat, iron, corn, etc., is a matter of complete indifference. Therefore, different simple expressions of the value of one and the same commodity arise according to whether that commodity enters into a value relation with this second commodity or another kind of commodity. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of the different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is thus transformed into the indefinitely expandable series of different simple expressions of that value. Now, we were saying like section 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, up until this point, and that's because these were all sections, subsections of section A. Now we reach section B, for which I think I'll read a couple more parts before I pass it back to Nance, and then I have to go check on the kitty cat outside. And then I think we're making good enough time. Who knows? We might even get into the fetishism section. This is epic. I feel like we're speed running it in a sense, but we're taking our time and we're having fun. It's great. Section B, the total or expanded form of value. I hope you're all having fun. I hope you're not just sitting there like staring at the camera. Or the phone, I mean. Like, drink some water, go for a walk the dog, do the thing. It's good. I mean, if I had unlimited data on my phone, I would probably be doing this on a walk right now. I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, damn, I really just want to go on a walk. B, the total or expanded form of value. Z, commodity A, equals U, commodity B, or equals V, commodity C, or equals W, commodity D, or equals X, commodity E, or etc. Equals etc. And then in parentheses, he says 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 10 pounds of tea, or equals 40 pounds of coffee, or equals 1/4 of corn, or equals 2 ounces of gold, or equals 1/2 ton of iron, or the example that I used earlier is this highlighter equals 1/700th
1,000 phones.
Yeah, a thousandth of the phone. Yeah. All right. Now, under section B, subsection 1, the expanded relative form of value. Ooh, this person's reading along in the text in another tab and thinking about various commodities flying around in relation to each other. Good job, Mav. The value of a commodity, the linen, for example, is now expressed in terms of innumerable other members of the world of commodities. Every other physical commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. It is thus that this value first shows itself as being in reality a congealed quantity of undifferentiated human labor, for the labor which creates it is now explicitly presented as labor which counts as the equal of every other sort of human labor, whatever natural form it may possess, hence whether it is objectified in a coat, in corn, in iron, or in gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of value, no longer stands in a social relation with merely one other kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities as well. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the endless series of expressions of its value implies that, from the point of view of the value of the commodity, the particular form of use value in which it appears is a matter of indifference. TMI, Ian, TMI. Just kidding. I'm just joking. He said he's taking a bath. In the first,
Dude, that's dope, man.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Good job, man. That's the other awesome thing you can do is like genuinely relax. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. It might well be a purely accidental occurrence that these two commodities are exchangeable in a specific quantitative relation. In the second form, on the contrary, the background to this accidental appearance, essentially different from it and determining it, immediately shines through. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in innumerable different commodities belonging to as many different owners. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values, but rather the reverse, the magnitude of the value of commodities which regulates the proportion in which they exchange. I think that's worth highlighting here. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values. Okay? So, you're thinking exchange has a big deal to say in value, right? It's not just the labor that went into it. There's also this exchange aspect, right? He's saying, okay, yes, but also it's not just the exchange of the commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values, but rather the reverse. The magnitude of the value of commodities which regulates the proportion in which they exchange. This is still more friendly to labor theory of value than just saying, yes, no, the exchange value just determines it, right?
But it also, I think, elucidates the situation we find ourselves in where we don't think in terms of like we're not allowed to be acquisitive. We're not allowed to be grabby. I mean, we are, in a sense, whatever people want to describe us that way, but we first, before we can become acquisitive, we have to think in this proposition of value. Like, we have to onboard the notion that I only have X amount of dollars, or I only have X amount of value with which to do my trading. Like, it's no longer possible to think everything the light touches, Simba. Like, no, it's everything we can afford, Simba. Like, we've replaced the expanse. We've replaced the world and the possibility of the world with the logic of value. It's not how far can you go, it's how far can you afford to go. It's not how much can you get, it's how much can you afford to get. The magnitude of their value regulates the proportion in which they exchange, which, I mean, yeah, no shit, duh. It's very much like a common sense, yeah, of course. But if you take a step back and say, well, is there something prior to value? Yes, there is. And Mikey will often, say, no, I want it to be silly, and I want it to be excessive, and I want it to be a splurge or whatever. Excess, luxury, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't have to be. Like, it can be, I just want a beautiful sonnet. Like, I should be able to just want that. But because of the structure we live in, before I can even comprehend the possibility of writing a sonnet, I have to do this math of, can I afford to take the time to learn what a sonnet even is? I don't know what a sonnet is. I think Shakespeare wrote them. He may not have. But I want to write one. But before I can do that, I have to contend with, can I afford to? Like, and that, it is a very, like, strong support of the labor theory of value. It's also a very bright red flag. Like, no, there's more to life than just what can you afford and what can't you. But we're in this fucking structure that doesn't allow us to think outside notions and propositions of magnitudes of value.
I feel like I like all the stuff you're saying, but it feels all very like there's just all this stuff that you're saying, and then there's just like this little part of the text, and I'm like, does all of that stuff that you're saying actually explain what's going on right here with this little part of the text? Or is it extra?
I mean, it is extra.
No, but
it's
but
like,
but not
things
in the
aren't
way
things. Things aren't things. Our world, our exchange, all our Congress, all our dealings are not determined by the things they're all determined by value.
I get that.
So when you buy a thing, like you're not actually purchasing the thing, you're purchasing the value of of whatever it is you're buying.
But just at the level of the sentence here, he's saying it becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values. All we could say for what it says there is that it's not just exchange, right? No. In reverse, he says the magnitude of the value of commodities which regulates the proportion in which they exchange, which is to say, it is the going rate of this simplified socially necessary labor time that is still determining things, right? Like that is what that says, right?
Yes. Yeah. But it also does highlight that, like, whenever you do a transaction, you're not actually buying the things you're buying. You're paying a cost for the apparent value of the thing you're receiving in return. It's just like, oh wow. I guess it's because, I don't know, I've taken this fuck value pill, right? But it's like lifting the veil. And this is the veil. The magnitude of value is the fucking veil. And
oh, sure. Yeah. For sure. I get that. Yeah, I agree. Really quick, I'm gonna, before keeping reading, I just want to see, are we able to say, hey, you there in the audience, I want to hear you say something really quick, because Rudy said something and I want to see if he's able to say it for himself without bringing him onto the stage. So if I click on him, people can over here kind of see him peeking up on the screen. That's funny. But Rudy, I'm going to go ahead and click open voice channel and see what happens. If you're able to say something. Okay. Open voice channel. Okay. Well, when I click it, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it opened it.
Did it?
Click open voice channel.
Oh, I can invite to speak. Okay, but is it going to bring you on the stage and mess up my whole format here? Because let's do it. It does.
Okay, hi.
All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Well, yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect, dude.
It's sadly not working the way I was hoping it was going to work, but it's good enough for now. So what's up, man? Welcome. What were you saying? Everybody put your hands together.
Yep. Thank you.
Rudy!
Like the master of interpolation this time. It's like you pointed out the guy jerking off. Now it's like with me. You're like, Rudy, hey you. Yeah, I think it's like in relation to this labor theory of value thing, I think it's like how do we understand Marx? What does he mean when he speaks about the magnitude of value? It's like when I did the pass after the whole discussion with Sahil and so on, I did the pass over the chapter and I was wondering, I think it is something distinct. Like value is not, doesn't equal its magnitude. Otherwise, I think he wouldn't make that distinction. So is the magnitude of value the container in a certain sense?
It's the
Or like yeah.
It's the form of expression. Or it's the appearance.
I take it to be that too. I think you're correct. Because I think we have to presuppose, in a sense, this exchangeability in itself. We have to say that, to even say, okay, I can put an equal sign between anything, is to presuppose their exchangeability.
Yes.
But it also is saying, it's not saying, so what it's not saying is that value is what regulates the proportion in which they exchange. It's saying the size of value. Now, it's not saying the size of value between the highlighter and the cell phone. I think it's saying the size of value in society at the moment, which is like, this is like, we have some kind of an abstract sense of like how much value is able to go around, and everything's in relation to that, right?
There is this presupposed, just like there's socially necessary reproduction, just like there's abstract human labor, there's also like this general idea of abstract value, which if you were to, I don't know, do the same process of going from abstract to concrete, I guess you would then extrapolate. There's abstract value of a culture or of a society, and then there's like this concrete value or whatever. But yeah, it is this apparent size of value that regulates the proportion in which they are exchanged. But you are presupposing, like you're presupposing the social relation because you're presupposing value.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, that's all fine, and he's already established that. But but I'm saying, like, so he's not saying that there's like the values of the commodities that's regulating. Like, no, he's saying the magnitude of the value of commodities. Now he's saying that in general, which regulates the proportion in which they exchange. I just wonder if this is getting us to some kind of like.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Okay, go.
I think in the German original, it's very clear that he's making an abstract statement, but I don't think so, or it's concrete. So he says the magnitude of value of a commodity in the exchange.
Right there.
But, no, like the last sentence.
For real?
The last sentence, yeah. Yeah, it's like okay, this is a rough translation. But the other way around, the magnitude of value of a commodity regulates its exchange relations.
I love it. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's so.
Yeah,
it really is the magnitude of the value of a commodity, not of commodities. That's crazy.
Did they really translated it with commodities? Yeah, it could be that he's speaking in the abstract, but this is like one of the fiddly bits, I think, where it's very good to spend time, because it's like, is Marx speaking about the abstract commodity, the commodity,
right?
Or is he speaking about a commodity?
Yeah, or is he talking about the total value of all commodities in society, which would be like, this is where you get into the money supply. Like, there is a definite amount in the money supply. It's supposed to represent the value of all of the commodities circulating, right? And then an increase in the money supply is supposed to cause inflation. This is just standard Austrian, economics. It's like, it's pretty easy to then interpret this translation as saying something like that. You know what I mean? And so I'm just, that's why I was being very careful here. What is he actually saying there? So thank you for coming on. I didn't realize we're going to get a live translation out of it as well. So dope. Thank you, Rudy.
Fucking
what were you going to say
dude.
there?
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Put a Rudy in your pipe and smoke it.
Okay, I'm down, dude. Let's try that.
We'll do it.
We'll do it. Subsection 2.
Yeah, you take it away.
The particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as coat, tea, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen as an equivalent, hence as a physical object possessing value. The specific natural form of each of these commodities is now a particular equivalent form alongside many others. In the same way, the many specific, concrete, and useful kinds of labor contained in the physical commodities now count as the same number of particular forms of realization or manifestation of human labor in general. Yeah, so this is just Marx, just to quickly, subsection 2, Marx is just saying, just as the value of a commodity is in this social net of tautologies and non-relations and reference, the different forms of concrete labor are also entered into this social web of non-relation. That is, quote unquote, solved by socially necessary labor. Subsection 3, defects of the total value or expanded form of value. Firstly, the relative expression of value of the commodity is incomplete because the series of its representations never comes to an end. The chain, of which each equation of value is a link, is liable at any moment to be lengthened by a newly created commodity, which will provide the material for a fresh expression of value. Secondly, it is a motley mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity is expressed in this expanded form, it follows that the relative form of value of each commodity is an endless series of expressions of value which are all different from the relative form of value of every other commodity. The defects of the expanded relative form of value are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the natural form of each particular kind of commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst innumerable other equivalent forms, the only equivalent forms which exist are limited ones, and each of them excludes all the others. Similarly, the specific, concrete, useful kind of labor contained in each particular commodity equivalent is only a particular kind of labor and, therefore, not an exhaustive form of appearance of human labor in general. It is true that the completed or total form of appearance of human labor is constituted by the totality of its particular forms of appearance. But, in that case, it has no single unified form of appearance. The expanded relative form of value is, however, nothing but the sum of the simple relative expressions or equations of the first form, such as 20 yards of linen equal 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equal 10 pounds of tea, etc. However, each of these equations implies the identical equation in reverse. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equal 20 yards of linen, and etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities, and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the other owners of commodities exchange them for the linen, and therefore express the values of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If, then, we reverse the series, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, etc., in other words, if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, we get the general form of value. 1 coat and 10 pounds of tea and 40 pounds of coffee and 1/4 of corn and 2 ounces of gold and a half ton of iron and X commodity A, etc., all equal 20 yards of linen, hypothetically. Subsection 1, the changed character of the form of value. Rudy says, I think I figured out the part we just stopped at. Hell yeah, dude. Maybe. Okay, type it in. Subsection 1, the changed character of the form of value. The commodities now present their values to us. 1, in a simple form, because in a single commodity. 2, in a unified form, because in the same commodity each time. Their form of value is simple and common to all, hence general. The two previous forms, let us call them A and B, only amounted to the expression of the value of a commodity as something distinct from its own use value or its physical shape as a commodity. The first form, A, produced equations like this. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen. 10 pounds of tea equals a half ton of iron. The value of the coat is expressed as comparable with linen. That of the tea is comparable with iron. But to be comparable with linen and with iron, these expressions of the value of coat and tea is to be as different as linen is from iron. This form, it is plain, appears in practice only in the early stages, when the products of labor are converted into commodities by accidental, occasional exchanges. The second form, B, distinguishes the value of a commodity from its own use value more adequately than the first. For the value of the coat now stands in contrast with its natural form in all possible shapes, in the sense that it is equated with linen, iron, tea. In short, with everything but itself. On the other hand, any expression of value common to all commodities is directly excluded. For, in the expression of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only in the form of equivalence. The expanded form of value comes into actual existence for the first time when a particular product of labor, such as cattle, is no longer exceptionally but habitually exchanged for various other commodities. The new form we have just obtained expresses the values of the world of commodities through one single kind of commodity set apart from the rest. Through the linen, for example, and thus represents the values of all commodities by means of their equality with linen. Through its equation with linen, the value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values, and is by that very fact expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. The two earlier forms express the value of each commodity either in terms of a single commodity of a different kind, or in a series of many commodities which differ from the first one. In both cases, it is the private task, so to speak, of the individual commodity to give itself a form of value, and it accomplishes this task without the aid of the others, which play toward it the merely passive role of equivalent. The general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if, at the same time, all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations. Consequently, the form of their value must possess social validity. In this form, when they are all counted as comparable with the linen, all commodities appear not only as qualitatively equal, as values in general, but also as values of quantitatively comparable magnitude. Because the magnitudes of their values are expressed in one and the same material, the linen, these magnitudes are now reflected in each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equal 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equal 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, 1 pound of coffee contains only a quarter as much of the substance of value, that is labor, as 1 pound of tea. The general relative form of value imposes the character of universal equivalent on the linen, which is the commodity excluded as equivalent from the whole world of commodities. Its own natural form is the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It is therefore directly exchangeable with all other commodities. The physical form of the linen counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state, of all human labor. Weaving, the private labor which produces linen, acquires as a result a general social form, the form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate the labor realized in the linen with the labor contained in every other commodity in turn, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely, the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor power. What the fuck? The general value form, in which all the products of labor are presented as mere congealed quantities of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social expression of the world of commodities. In this way, it is made plain that within this world, the general human character of labor forms its specific social character. That was a brute of a subsection to read. And I was following when he got into like the interrelatedness, how everything has a referent, supposedly, right? And linen is excluded, and therefore, like, it is the expression of value. Its use value becomes the expression of value or exchange value for all these other commodities. Like I'm tracking all that. I do this part. The physical form of the blah 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 blah. The labor. When what the fuck is he saying here about weaving? Like, he's saying the positive characteristics of the labor are affirmed in the fact that it's the ultimate expression of just human labor power. Like, is he saying that's a positive characteristic? Because that's an abstraction, I thought. That was reductive, not additive, I thought.
Physical form of the linen counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of all human labor. Weaving, the private labor which produces linen, acquires as a result a general social form, a form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate the labor realized in the linen with the labor contained in every other commodity in turn, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. It's not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor power. Yeah, what do you
what the fuck does that mean? Like, other than him trying to do some like fucking Hegelian like and thus it is affirmed thing. I don't know, man.
I just take this to be that he's saying everything's hollowed out and made exchangeable.
Yeah,
like,
that's
is just another way of saying that basic thing, right?
But it's still,
what's the part
it
that
throws me off
that?
because he takes the extra step where he says that its positive qualities are brought out. Its positive nature is explicitly brought out. So does that mean its positive nature as this abstract labor,
as value?
Abstract labor has a positive nature. Is that what he's saying?
It's not positive in the sense of I like it, but positive in the sense of like it's
positing.
It's value.
Abstract labor is positing, it's covering. It's not a reduction, it's a positing, it's a covering over. In positing value, you're covering over concrete. Okay, I'm on it now.
So its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of. Yeah. And so the reduction is positive, but only in the sense that value itself is
positing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But what did he mean by negative in the previous? So what was he saying? It's not just negative, but what does that mean? What's negative in this sense? In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. How is that negative? See, he's using negative and positive in a confusing way here, you know.
It's weird, but I think he's saying like it's not just a reduction to social averages. It like there is also this
OG Rose just caught up.
Hey. What's happening?
He's been catching up this whole time.
Heck yeah.
Dude. He caught up.
Superman.
Welcome to the place, man. This is happening. You're amazing. Good job.
Amazing.
Yeah, dude.
That's amazing. That's amazing. But no, it's not just negative. It's not just a reduction. It's not just a stripping away. Like there is this positive the fact that it is human labor, metabolism. Like Marx is describing a metabolism, right? So like he's just trying to say it's not just a negative thing. He's not just stripping it away to social relations and social averages. I mean, it is, but also like it's human activity, human congress. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I want to see the German on this because the fact that he's using negative and positive is throwing me off.
Yeah. And I think normally it should be thought of in terms of logic when we think of negative and positive, and the fact that he cares and is saying this way is trying to be, you know, taken seriously by his largely Hegelian audience. Like, I don't know. I'd like to see someone say some more words about that. Rudy, if you want to write in the chat about it, that'd be great. Same with you, Daniel. But my turn to read section 2. The development of the relative and equivalent forms of value, their interdependence. The degree of development of the relative form of value and that of the equivalent form correspond. But we must bear in mind that the development of the equivalent form is only the expression and the result of the development of the relative form. The simple or isolated relative form of value of one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, that expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, imprints those other commodities with the form of particular equivalents of different kinds. Finally, a particular kind of commodity acquires the form of universal equivalent because all other commodities make it the material embodiment of their uniform and universal form of value. But the antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the value form, also develops concomitantly with the development of the value form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism, without as yet fixing it. According to whether we read the same equation forwards or backwards, each of the two commodity poles, such as the linen and the coat, is to be found in the relative form on one occasion and in the equivalent form on the other occasion. Here it is still difficult to keep hold of the polar antagonism. In form B, only one commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and it only possesses this expanded relative form of value because, and insofar as, all other commodities are, with respect to it, equivalents. Here we can no longer reverse the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat without altering its whole character and converting it from the expanded form into the general form of value. Finally, the last form, C, gives the world of commodities a general social relative form of value, because and insofar as all commodities except one are thereby excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, therefore has the form of direct exchangeability with all other commodities. In other words, it has a directly social form because and insofar as no other commodity is in this situation. And Rudy said, this is the same in the German. He is doing this weird thing there too. I read him to say this: abstraction of labor and commodity relation leads to negates the positive aspects of the concrete labor, which leads to it becomes just products of labor, but this positivizes the concrete labor, since this labor becomes universalized into being an aspect of the whole of the idea of human labor itself. Stands to reason. I think that makes sense. We're just going to nod our heads and smile. I had a professor who used to always just, because the students would stand, he'd have like 100 students just staring back at him blankly. He'd say, smile and nod, smile and nod. And he'd say it with an Australian accent because he's Australian. And so he'd be like, smile. I have to add that clarification because he's not just making fun of Australians. No. And he's smile and nod, smile and nod. And everyone's all just like, so sad. So sad when you have that blank stare from everybody. Like, anyway, but that's how I kind of feel. But also, we're going to just go until we burn out on this. So let's keep going. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is, on the other hand, excluded from the uniform and therefore universal relative form of value. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were, at the same time, to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent. We should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen, a tautology in which neither the value nor its magnitude is expressed. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. This equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities. Its value is rather expressed relatively in the infinite series of all other physical commodities. Thus, the expanded relative form of value, or form B, now appears as a specific relative form of value of the equivalent commodity. Wow, I read a whole section too. I'm so impressive. Oh wait, it was just really short. I think. Hello? Oh my God. Anton.
Anton? Hi, Ann.
Yeah, man. That's awesome. Hello. In a stream. But you can come say hi. As long as you don't show my social security card this time.
There's a negation of the positive dimension of the labor in its particular in favor of the universal social form. That seems like it's gaining positive form in the eyes of the society, but this is thanks to the negation of the particularity. There's hence a negation, sublation of the particular into the social form that gain a life on its own, that then lives independent of the concrete form. Yeah, okay, thanks, Daniel. I think I follow that, and I think that's what I was thinking.
All right. Section 3 of Section 3. The transition from the general form of value to the money form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. Oh, by the way, I swept the floor. I'm about to wash it. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can therefore be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, a commodity is only to be found in the universal equivalent form, form C, if and insofar as it is excluded from the ranks of all other commodities as being their equivalent. By the way, if you want to be an obsessive theory person, the only way you're going to get away from it is if you clean for your wife. Like, it's the only way, guys. Like, you can't just do theory and be married. You're going to have to do some cleaning to make up for all of your theory obsession. Also, lots of back rubs. It's necessary. You have to do it. Anne's laughing at the back.
Yeah, man. I'm out here doing dishes, shampooing floors, doing laundry, like all of it, all the time. You got to embrace it, dude.
It's bitch shit, but we got to do it, man. Daniel says Dave speaks gospel. Only when this exclusion becomes finally restricted to a specific kind of commodity does the uniform relative form of value of the world of commodities attain objective fixedness and general social validity. The specific kind of commodity with whose natural form the equivalent form is socially interwoven now becomes the money commodity. or serves as money. It becomes its specific social function and consequently its social monopoly to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities. Among the commodities which in Form B figure as particular equivalents of the linen, and in Form C express in common their relative values in linen, there is one in particular which has historically conquered this advantageous position: gold. If then, in Form C, we replace the linen by gold, we get subsection D, the money form. Now, this is subsection 3 of section 3, and within that, there is this subsection D. And it basically is a whole list of different commodities in different amounts, bracketed, and then equals 2 ounces of gold. So let me read it off. 20 yards of linen, 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 1/2 ton of iron, X commodity A equals 2 ounces of gold. This is probably just like on average what he got when he went down to the local Walmart. He'd go down and he'd be like, I want some iron and corn and coffee. And then he'd put gold on the counter and they'd say, here you go, sir. Yeah. Would you like your shoes shined as well? He goes, no, I haven't gotten any money from Angles in a while. And then he goes back to give all of the fixins to either his wife or his maid. I don't know. And then they had to cook for him.
Mark spent it all on whiskey, dude.
That's right.
He didn't.
He's all
Like, if that was the case, it would just be 1 bottle of whiskey equals everything I get from Angles.
he's like,
that would be the equation.
Dude, that's why I had to quit smoking pot and drinking to do theory, is because I'm like, well, no one's going to fund me. No one's going to fund me doing this if they think that I'm just blowing it all, you know? All right. Fundamental changes have taken place in the course of the transition from Form A to Form B and from Form B to Form C. As against this, Form D differs not at all from Form C, except that now instead of linen, gold has assumed the universal equivalent form. Gold is in Form D what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The advance consists only in that the form of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, the universal equivalent form, has now by social custom finally become entwined with the specific natural form of the commodity gold. Nance's camera keeps overheating. Gold confronts the other commodities as money only because it previously confronted them as a commodity. Like all other commodities, it also functioned as an equivalent, either as a single equivalent in isolated exchanges or as a particular equivalent alongside other commodity equivalents. Gradually, it began to serve as universal equivalent in narrower or wider fields. As soon as it had won a monopoly of this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it became the money commodity, and only then, when it had already become the money commodity, did Form D become distinct from Form C, and the general form of value come to be transformed into the money form. This is where people like Graeber want to argue with Marx about where money comes from, MMT guys as well. It's important debate. It's a big thing right now. I'm not going to get into it. We're going to keep reading. But I don't think any of those, whenever I hear those guys talking, it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, the state monopoly on force backs up the supply of the currency. But outside of that, and the surety on debts and whatnot. But outside of that, the way they talk about money, like it can be just printed, always sounds a lot like, oh, I'm a rich guy who doesn't understand where things come from. So even if it's not
wine,
true,
I don't care where things come from.
Yeah, going back to that, exactly. Yeah.
You can't just say everything that comes into your head. That's bad talking.
No, look, man, I think all money has always been fiat, right? Like, I didn't decide that gold is worth anything to me. It always does come back to this. Well, it's worth this because we say it is. But also, yeah, it's worth that because they said it is. Like, you have to grapple with that. You can't just wave your hand and magically Like we all know, we all already know it's made up. Everyone knows that. You're not doing anything radical. It's made up, but it's also real. And it's the most real thing in the world for most people because it is what keeps them trapped in their situation.
And I would also just add to it, bureaucrats saying, actually, it's worth this now, when it doesn't track, when that doesn't work down the supply chain for the actual people doing the real work, and it doesn't work. That has historically happened. That's historically happened. It's like there's some kind of like trust in the currency that matters too. Pure force is not enough to make it work. There is some kind of trust involved, and that trust is in part related to someone's like, oh yeah, no, this is the work I'm doing is actually going to be able to buy me enough stuff that I'll be able to keep living. And if I don't fucking think it's going to work anymore because people keep changing things around on me, then shit gets fucky, right?
Because we think from the CMC side, we think that. So money occupies a stable location in our structure, right? Because Marx is laying out this structure. This is a structure, but that M is stable. Why did it get there? We can argue about it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we'll come to the decision that it's all bullshit, right? Because everything's bullshit. But that doesn't mean it's not real. And it has to be stable. And the people who think from the MCM side of the equation, they do have the luxury of just saying, well, it's worth this much now. It's worth that much now. Yeah, it's a disconnection. It's an irrealism, right? We aim to be realists about capitalism, and they're being irrealists because they can, because they went to college and they're all buttholes.
That's what it sounds like. Irreal. Yeah, I'm like looking at the remaining page count, and I'm like, oh man, I don't think we can finish the chapter before 8:30, but it also we almost could. Like we almost freaking could. It's only
dude, no, you know what?
It's only
we could, but we would just rush through it. And this is the part.
Yeah.
This part is definitely worth stopping and hystericizing.
Yeah. Daniel Garner, if you want to pop in on Daniel Garner, if you want to pop in on the Discord side and get in the audience of this call, I might open it up to you because you've done the last 15 episodes, and Rudy's also done the last 15 episodes. At that point, it makes you guys almost like honorary, like, hey, like people know who you are at this point and you've done the work. And I kind of want to hear something you have to say about this. If you just have any general thoughts, but I'll read the last two paragraphs. We'll talk for a few minutes. We'll close this thing out and go to our movie viewing channel here on the Discord, which I'm very excited about, guys. Very excited about it. Because apparently this movie Stalker is a trip. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but Nance got us to watch it. So, or he's getting us to.
Tell him why. Tell him the theme.
I don't know the theme. Oh, it's about the real.
Yeah.
I mean, it's being paired with Grizzly Man, which I watched earlier this week for the second time. It was Anne's first time. We'll be discussing that on the last Thursday of this month. But the viewing is going to be this. Ooh, one of the best movies, says Ian. Rudy said, "Oh my God, brace yourself." Rudy, did you watch it in preparation for this, or had you already seen it? I'll keep reading. The simple expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in a commodity, which is already functioning as the money commodity, such as gold, is the price form. The price form of the linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or if 2 ounces of gold were coined, when coined, are 2 pounds, 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds. The only difficulty in the concept of the money form is that of grasping the universal equivalent form, and hence the general form of value As such, Form C can be reduced by working backwards to Form B, the expanded form of value, and its constitutive element is Form A. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat of X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. Oh, he's too busy chasing his kids around. Okay, Daniel. Who gave you a soundboard? God damn it. You're not supposed to
I know,
have
right?
it. I have the soundboard. Only I. No, it's cute. The Discord has brought it in like as an actual element people can just use. Like, can you customize it?
Yeah. Well, I can. I don't know if other people can.
Like when you say you can, you mean you just know how to make your own sounds. But do you know how to like add them to Discord so that they're clickable or whatever?
Like
The way that
I don't know.
The way I
At
make
this point,
the way I make custom GIFs, right? Like I make a custom
yeah,
GIF
you can
on Discord.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
make custom sound.
yeah. I can add custom stuff. Yeah.
That's sick. That's sick. All right. Well, that's good. I like the customizability on Discord. I don't like that they're trying to get everybody to pump a shit ton of money into like perishable Discord boosts. And I don't like the people who don't pay for those Discord Nitro aren't able to just use the custom GIFs that I've uploaded. But don't worry, if you get involved and you're using our intermediary temporary platform here, Discord, which you should still treat like it's the forever thing because the conversation goes on, right? All the conversations here ultimately are building towards books and stuff like that, right? Well, and it's all in reference to past courses and upcoming ones, right? Well, the customizability side, even though it's only like a Nitro user, and I hate that. I don't want you to have to pay for that. Who's able to use one of these, say, custom GIFs. If I, for instance, see somebody talking about lemurs, and then I use the custom lemur GIF that I made on that, well then non-Nitro users are also able to click that after I've done it the first time. And you can use it in that way. So it just kind of requires a few of us who are Nitro users using lots of GIFs on things. Why does it matter? It doesn't really matter. Like, in fact, I'd like to be some kind of hard-nosed, like, it doesn't matter at all. Except that, like, it is fun in some weird way. It's hype. It's hype. And getting, a little, I think in the world of theory, it's too easy to be anti-hype. And it makes us all a bunch of stalwarts, and it kills the algorithm. And it definitely, like, doesn't let our, like, fun side ever out to play. And I was, like, listening to the audiobook version of the first book in the series, the Foundation, the series, right? The Foundation series.
Banger, dude. Foundation, Asimov. Oh, so
yeah,
good.
man. Yeah, one of the first things that he says is that, or it's just this kind of throwaway line, where I forget which character it even is, but it says like that because he was coming in towards Trantor, the city planet, where the center of the empire.
Selden?
Yeah. No, was it the other guy? He's coming.
Not Selden. Gale.
Gale. It's Gale. And he wants to see Trantor, and the guy who's working there is like, oh, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's just a blur. And he feels all bummed out. The guy's like, you should just pay for a tour later and you'll be able to see it. And he says that he feels a childish surge of disappointment. And then he says something about how, but that's okay because adults feel childish things just as much as children do. Right? Like those surges come up for adults just as much. And I think that there's that childish, upsurge of like, oh yeah, whatever. I said something. Oh, look, people are using emojis on it. Oh, wow. They actually saw it. Right? Like it's childish, but it's nonetheless real. Right? So, we're realists about capital, and we're also realists about emojis up in here. So random. I'm just telling you guys shit. Rudy, I'm gonna bring you on here, or I don't know, you might have to request it. Rudy said, I want so much to use the GIF horse cock cum shot. That is a
It's
gift.
horrible, dude.
That is a gift that we made. And there's reasons for it, guys.
That's horrible.
There's reasons. There's reasons for it. All right, come on, man. Come on up.
Here we go.
Hey, you guys. Hey.
Yo.
Welcome. All right, well, I just wanted to give you a chance to kind of say any closing thoughts, really, about all of this. You've been here the whole time, so.
Yeah, I think after reading it again, I'm super stoked about reading to the next chapters.
Yeah.
Because I think then the picture of the whole value, and maybe this is the red herring too, maybe like the whole value form, criticism, labor theory of value thing. Like, I know that's Chris Catron's position, that he's kind of like, don't take it too seriously. If I understood him correctly, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I read one comment.
That was the impression, yeah.
And maybe that's true. Maybe this opposition is actually wrong, and Marx can show us where he's gonna take it. And I love the Hegelian aspects of this first chapter for real. Like, I really like when he fucks with us and it's like something negative becomes positive suddenly.
Yep.
I'm not sure. So I like Trone, I like Spencer, I like platypus people, and I know that even engaging with them makes it so that we won't be published by certain mainstream publishers, right? Like you can't even engage with them without getting shadow banned by reputable, popular publishers. But of course, like it's because they're provocative and they say provocative things. And one of those provocative things, I'm hearing wow. One of those provocative things is, well, like this not taking it seriously. When Catron was saying that, he also like kind of gravitated into saying that all bets are off, everything's up in the air. Like it's almost like this could have been written a million different ways. This doesn't. It makes it seem like this doesn't get at anything essential. And, it's provocative. Ultimately, though, he's a political Marxist. And we are theory Marxists, which means that we want to understand the situation. And as a political Marxist, he more or less thinks his understanding is basically there and it's time to change it, And so this is going to be a principled point of distinction between us. But I think when he does come on the channel, because he knows, he can read the room, he kind of knows what we're doing. He usually doesn't trump up that side too much, but when he starts talking about the course he'll be teaching for Theory Underground, Introduction to Marxism, he is always getting back into that. But that's what it's really about, guys. Do with that as you may, that's the real deal. And it's like, fair enough, but also, there is figuring out what the situation is, and then there's figuring out how to strategically change that situation. Those are two different things. Step A, step B. And if step A is wrong, then step B, which is supposed to be a logical consequence from A, is likely wrong. Now, if step A, the situation changes, then probably step B should change too, right? And how do you do that without doing theory again, right? And how do you do theory in any serious way if it's not in the context of the history of ideas and the developments of these fields that are where the disciplines for figuring out these subject matters even come from in the first place? And then, of course, like a go-to for, no, I wouldn't say Catron would say this, but for just, Catron's own pilled, bot, you get them from time to time. They're just gonna, they don't care. They're just gonna, it doesn't matter. We know what needs to be done. Like, this is all obfuscation. We don't care. Like, let's just go. Let's go. Lean into it. And it's like, whatever, guys. Like, we don't know what
can be done.
We don't know what can be done. Arguably, we don't know what has been done. But for sure, when we look at where the pamphlets people have written about what must be done, well, they weren't taking into account certain fundamental developments that change the situation. And basically, every course at Theory Underground is about one of those developments, right? But that's also why we have to give Catron the platform and let him say his piece, let him teach it. And it's because we do all of this, like, these are, speaking in reference to or against, or in sort of conversation with these political Marxists and political Marxism. And well, it's good to have a sort of definitive source. And I'm not saying he is the sole definitive source, but he's a sure bet as far as like a position in the field for understanding where these guys are coming. So, I mean, really, like, he's kind of the kingpin, right? I mean, even Spencer, when I was like, well, you should teach negative dialectics, he's like, no. You should have Catron. It's always Catron. And it's like, yeah, he stepped back from Platypus, but yeah, he's still kind of the kingpin guy there. So, and at the interpersonal level, we just love him. We just think that he's a great guy. And that's just, he's just a wonderful person. Oh, what were you going to say, Rudy?
I think this is like super interesting because it goes into, I kinda cannot, because I started reading the book Negative Dialectics, and I have a hunch what like Adorno is trying to do, and I think it might even have something to do with what Marx is doing, because it is, in a sense, it is a question about dialectics. And I think even the value form, labor theory of value thing is a question of dialectics. Like, do you say, okay, we are in dialectic world, and Hegel really could systematize the unsystematizable, and he did that in a sense, he achieved that? Or is it like we can actually go into a different ontology? Like, this is what people, I think, when they speak about negative dialectics, what they are getting at. Which I think is an interesting question. Like, this is a question to be taken seriously. Because maybe we would be able to, or not us, different people, whatever, how many generations it would take, but to formulate different political projects out of this inquiry.
So for you, this kind of a distinction is going to come down to how to read it, as whether it is a dialectical contradiction or not.
Yeah, I mean, do we agree with like the Ljubljana school reading? And I think it's not limited to them, but to the thing like, okay, fundamentally Marx is a Hegelian. He never really did this move to be like, okay, I turn you on your feet, or like he never went to this vulgar level of materialism, what Zizek calls vulgar materialism. Did Marx do actually that? Did he stay a Hegelian in a sense? Or is there something in Marx which points beyond that? And I think this is like a question of socialism on a different level, where it's not about like left-right distinctions, and not even in the sense if people hear this, not even in the sense where people get like scared if you say that. That's like, oh God, fascism, red brown. Not even. I'm not thinking about this actually when I say it, because it's more about like, in what world do we live in? Is socialism actually an act of changing the world? Is it an act of realizing a world? Is it an is it a radical free act where it's like you cannot even know what it's going to bring about? Like these kind of questions.
And you take those kinds of questions to be what? What are you saying?
I think if we take stuff like value form or labor theory of value, or is there even an opposition? If we take this very seriously, if we take into account Karatani's work and the things he did with exchange, because he is this value guy, like is moving to what Karatani calls mode of exchange D. Is this actually changing our reality fundamentally, like in ways that we cannot even imagine? And not to be like, like this kind of like messianic communist where it's like, oh man, we're gonna have like we can really like very seriously not know. It's not gonna be necessarily good.
Yeah. Yeah, for Karatani, it is like he's a communist and he's trying not to use the word too much because he doesn't want to overdetermine whatever it is, X, right? He just talks about like X. But or D, and who knows what that is or whatever. But I do but as a non-communist myself, like what I do like about his contribution, especially in the forms of, what is it called? The structure of world history, is what he does with the different stages and reading it all through exchange, is he gets us to a point where, yeah, in a sort of sense, I think that solves for the contradiction we were having with Sahil. I think it kind of does. I don't know. We'd have to ask Sahil. Looking forward to him hopefully getting the opportunity to catch up on this. But hey, look at you. I can see you both now. Awesome. Hey, Daniel is in the chat here, and he said, I think the question also becomes, what is it humans exchange?
Yeah, man.
And towards what end? Right? So that whole question about what Karatani actually does there is like one thing. But the question about dialectics, I just have to say, there's like this idea of dialectics that I like. But in practice, I don't really ever, whenever people say, oh, that's not dialectical enough, or that's not dialectical, or, oh, this is the proper dialectical reading of that, or, oh, as Spencer said, Heidegger's not a dialectic, he's not dialectical, or he's anti-dialectical. It's just like, he's more dialectical than a lot of people who are dialectical. I don't know what you're talking about. Because for me, this means working through something from a variety of positions and understanding that things are reciprocally determinative to some extent, trying to figure out those things that are, right? And understanding that negation is positive. Like, that's a lot of fucking things that are dialectical. Heidegger's got all of those. So then to call him an anti-dialectical thinker, it's like, oh, you mean he just doesn't think in the conversation of Hegel Marx? He's doing his thing over here, trying to get at some other thing, right? This is where I just start to go, I don't know. Nobody sold me on negative dialectics yet. Nobody sold me on dialectics yet, except for things that I like about it. I just spelled out the things that I like about it. I also like constitutive contradiction. I like that a lot too, but that's not strictly Hegelian or Marxist. And I don't know, when people act like dialectics is some method where, oh yeah, we figured it out and here it is. It's like this recipe and it's going to lead our way towards the future. It's like, it's not a science, guys. Like, there is no science to it. I tried to read Adorno's lectures on dialectics. There's nothing scientific going on here, right? It's an art form. Like, dialectics is an art form, and some people are really good at it and some people are not. And when it's being done well, their mode of exposition is dialectical at the same time that they are showing you the subject matter that is in its own constitution, dialectical in its unfolding. That's dope. And that takes an artist to be able to pull off. An artist of the mind. Hegel and Marx are both successfully badasses when it comes to that shit. But it's like, I'm not going to be like, oh yes, I don't take philosophy seriously. It's not dialectical. And I don't know that, I guess my biggest, and this is, all of that is just kind of say where I'm coming from when I think about dialectics. But ultimately, my big caution with dialectics is that it is often used to sidestep tearing with contradictions. And it's easy to turn one thing into the other thing. And then it becomes this big chicken or egg game. And then we could all say, ah ha ha ha, let's go drink. And then, day after the revolution, who knows who's going to have to send the other one to the gulag or shoot them against the wall. Who cares? Because it's all dialectical anyway. Ha ha ha. Which becomes like this sort of like, it's scientism and it's relativism at the same time, right? Like, so dialectics at its worst form lends itself to scientific relativism. And on the other, which is basically like Richard Dawkins becomes a hippie, right? Like that's like the bad side of dialectics. On the good side, it's actual Hegel and Marx, like figuring out something essential about a subject matter and doing an exposition in this dialectical way. And by the way, Daniel, if you are able to pop in, I think you can request to speak and we'll bring you on, but I definitely want to let Rudy respond to that. And then we've got another 10 minutes here.
No, I think this is exactly the question that I take very serious. You can go into this like little dialectics hole where you are like, yeah, things are dialectic and there are contradictions, and I have figured this out. And in a certain sense, you are like, I think that this is why I want to read Dwayne Russell, because he makes a point that he's like, hi Daniel, great to see you. Hi.
Welcome.
He makes the point about like, is there a way that you think about constitutive lack and you still positivize it? You don't really tarry with the negative, which I think is a super interesting question. And I know for certain now, because I've looked into it, that Zizek pushed him to release this book and like encourages him to do this inquiry, which I think is great, because this is always the danger in dialectics. I think this is the most basic critique of Hegel, to say, yeah, okay, you have built this gobble machine that gobbles everything up. Like you can always say, oh yeah, this is dialectic, but you have not really found something out. No, you have just put a frame over everything. And what is interesting is that Adorno makes the point you just made, Dave, at the beginning of negative dialectics. He makes exactly this point. He says philosophy can not act like it is just subsumed under science, but it can also not give grounds to, and I'm paraphrasing, give grounds to saying like, yeah, okay, we are not scientific. It has to retain a certain playfulness. And I think it's because maybe he's wrong. I'm only beginning the book, but he's trying to say, okay, what is beyond dialectics, or what is like the dialectic of the dialectic that we do not take into account if we have, like, I would call it like a linear concept of dialectics, because I think Zizek was not around, so he is critiquing this idea of like, I am in the position to know the movement of history, like when Lukács turns to a Stalinist, and he's like, yeah, okay, we have to move through all of this, people. I'm sorry, some have to go to the gulag. This is just history. Maybe that's what he's doing. But what do I know? I'm just some idiot on the internet.
Well, you're reading it, and I'm excited to find out where you're going to come to with it. But Daniel, we basically have just enough time for you to give us your thoughts on the occasion. You're basically the icing on our cake. You're the quilting point. Welcome. Let's see, there's an unmute button somewhere down there. to the left of leave the stage, probably it's the microphone button. You gotta click. Sidnanda said, I didn't realize you weren't a communist. Blocked and unsubbed. It says Mike denied. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can do anything. Daniel, what the hell? Okay. Is there a way I can deny? Silly. We could read your lips. You can just. Oh no. Hold on, everybody. We're gonna figure this out. Somebody want to Google really quickly? Try to figure out what's going on here.
I think it might be in the app settings, voice and video, input device. If you go, where is it?
Oh, are you doing it from your? Oh, hold on. Are you doing it from your browser? Oh, okay. You don't have it downloaded. Okay, go up to the top, to the left of the URL field. It's got the little microphone crossed out. Probably you got to grant permissions. Yes, I think you're. It has to do with granting permission. Yeah.
All right. Yes, we have solved the technical problem. Take that, Internet. Bam. Well done. All right. I was having a moment there. I was like, well, buttons are hard, apparently. No, I've enjoyed the entire session. I really like what Rudy was saying. I think so. There's a few things. There's the notion of, and I actually think it's tied to this question of the value in the labor form, which I do agree. I think basically what Marx is getting at does not fit neatly into a category because he is just trying to describe the arising of an abstract intelligibility that is social before sociology is a thing, and people know about Peter Berger and plausibility structures, and saying, how do you get from a cup, you make it equal two of these. Once the idea of the equal sign is in reality, then you have fungibility, and from that you can create an abstract social use by which everyone thinks, but you need the particularity. And then, funny enough, the abstract value of this cup becomes more positive or more authoritative than the actual use of the cup, which is a weird sleight of hand. But once you do that, you then have an unbound way by which to mediate social relationships according to capital and interaction. And so this is all the, dare I say, kind of wild magic of social intelligibility that really is coming into the forefront, well, in the 19th century, because this is after the Dutch trade, the Dutch Empire. We have globalization that's occurring. We have a bigger and bigger global economic system. So the question arises of how do you get people in their particularity to relate to one another in terms that they can socially understand, when nothing in reality has in of itself in its concrete particularity universality. This is what's very strange. Like no cup is the same cup in every single spot on planet Earth. No particular thing is the same everywhere, and yet you need something like that. Well, by definition, it has to be abstract. Well, if it is abstract, then people could say it's an illusion and it doesn't have authority. Well, then it's not going to work. So you somehow have to make the abstraction have an authority, and that's what I would call the situation. I think that's all at play. And the question becomes, why exactly, though? What's going on in human existence, human life, that makes them susceptible to believe that an abstraction has authority? Maybe that's according to the gift exchange of Cortani. Maybe it's according to a religion principle, capital, or so on and so forth. There is something in the human being that makes them susceptible to say, yes, there's something else. There's something else. There's this cup, but then there's also something else. There's money, but then there's something else. Now, this is, I think, exactly Hegel, because for Hegel, things have identity passing into otherness. So that's the dialectic. The dialectic is not merely epistemology. It's not merely a tool. It is an ontological description of how things are themselves. Like, so for example, when I look at a bookshelf and I try to tell you what a bookshelf is, then I'll say, well, it holds books and it's made of wood and it's sitting in the corner. What am I doing? From the bookshelf, I have to pass over into other things to help you understand what it is. I'm now talking about books. I'm talking about woods. Like if I ask, you always have to pass into otherness. You have to refer to something else. And so the dialectic is not merely a movement from what a thing is to its opposite. It is the movement of a thing in of itself seeking identification that requires it to move beyond itself. So everything in the very act of being intelligible moves beyond to make sense of it. Well, here's the thing. If there's something about intelligibility that is always moving beyond, well, then I say to you, oh yeah, it's $20. Oh, that's what the cup is. I knew it. So I'm already experiencing reality as a passing over. Okay. And so it's a weird thing because if people ask me like, who are you, Daniel? We live on a Virginia and we write and stuff. Like, when people ask you who you are, it's a weird question. If I ask you, how do you know the tree is real? Because I see it through the window. I can always ask you question of identifications that if you actually try to answer become kind of weird, right? You're like, you always have to pass into otherness. Well, buddy, I just come along and tell you, well, we can stop all that because this is $20. Now you know what it is. And we finally have put an end to the endless passing over of things that, that freezes everything up. And so in a way, the commodity form kind of ends the dialectic, if you will, or creates a feeling of its passing over into an otherness that is solid enough that then I say, oh, if this is $20, oh, and now I can pass it over into 5 of these because 5 of these is worth $20. So I'm constantly passing over otherness, just like the dialectic, but in a commodity form that then makes the dialectic less weird because it's less fluffy, because we're now talking in terms of money, and I don't have to speculate. Here's the key. The commodity, so in Hegel, the dialectic must lead to speculative reason. It's very important. Hegel did not want to just see himself as a dialectical thinker. He was like, no, in the phenomenology, we see how there is a dialectical movement to history. Now let us speculatively reason what this means. So the dialectic is supposed to lead into a speculative reason. If things pass over and eventually hit a limit to their AA identification that forces us then to ask the B of their otherness, what does this mean reality must be like? Let us speculatively reason about that. And and then I'll bring it to an end because I know we're going over time. So speculative reason for Hegel, though, is the act of freedom. This is where freedom is found because you can speculatively reason and the future is open. It is very open, and so you can speculatively reason, and in that very act, change the conditions of possibility of the now that may change how things unfold into the future. Okay, but here's the problem: you could say that capital works with the dialectic and cuts off speculative reasoning, though, because I know this passes over into $20. And now that it's $20, it can pass over into 5 of these. I don't have to speculatively reason about anything. Whereas in Hegel, the dialectic leaves you to then go, well, we got a speculative reason about all this. Well, that's uncomfortable. I'm anxious. I don't know what that means. Where does that leave you? And Hegel's like, yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Have fun, guys. Well, luckily, we can pass over things into $20, and then we don't have to speculative reason anymore. So there's a way to look at capital, in my opinion, where it is taking the ontological reality that things pass over into otherness, having that move into the money form, and that being dialectic without speculative reason, if you will. Whereas for Hegel, you can't have, and this is why we can tie capital to the loss of freedom in a way, because without speculative reason, you can't have freedom. Do you understand what we're saying? So I think the reason why we are susceptible to this kind of capture is because reality in of itself has a passing over in its very ontology, which for Hegel should lead us into speculative reason to change the conditions of possibility, ergo create all these different things. But what ends up happening is we don't do that because the commodity form can kind of scratch the itch of things passing over into a universal social form. And then we say, and that's the end of it. There's nothing to speculative reason about. Therefore, you can't have freedom because in Hegel, again, you can't have freedom without speculatively reason. So I think all of this is, to me, getting at how it kind of goes. So I appreciate this line of inquiry. It's been a lovely evening.
Killer, man. I almost want to just close it on that point, but Rudy, Nance, any goodbyes you want to say?
The fat lady has sung. Thanks everyone that that joined us. Looking forward to next time. Rudy, Ian, thanks for being here. Rudy, thanks for helping with translations. Daniel, thanks for coming in and dropping fire like you just did. I do think the fat lady has sung on this one.
All right, everybody, take care. See you on the next one.
I love you all.
Love you too,
Bye,
man.
bye.
We have a very special thing coming up tomorrow. We're dropping a bonus episode. And for those of us who know what it is, subscribers, patrons, etc., film club night, it's happening. We're about to go do it right now. All right, peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Graham from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. My way of giving back to everybody is by promoting everyone who is at a current tier to the benefits of the tier above them as far as subscribers go, and also rolling out a new lower tier. And so check out the tier subscription setup. And if you're not interested in taking the courses or what's being offered for subscribers and you want to support anyway, check out the Patreon. Finally, just stay tuned for more information on the tour in Europe during the month of May 2024 and the conference in Mexico during the last weekend of October 2024. If you want to be there, hit me up ASAP. Let's get talking because it's happening very soon. All right, bye-bye.